He comes on here to waste all his time talking about nothing. Oh, Jack, I got so many videos of you stroking it. Just wasting your time talking about nothing with Mikhail, with Edward, with Amir, wasting all your fucking time. You terrorist-supporting, terrorist-promoting faggot. We've reported you to the FBI. We've reported you to the Department of Homeland Security. We've reported you to ICE. And sooner or later, we're kicking in your doors. We're ripping you out of your houses. We're going to send you back to where you came from. There's no stopping what's coming now.
Dishonest, John.
Dishonest John. That should be his new name. I'm actually going to run with that.
John, you are a liar. You're dishonest, John. Why is that, John?
As a matter of fact, I'm the name for Facebook.
John. And you lied, John. You're dishonest. Everything that comes out of your mouth since then is like a snake oil salesman, John. We cannot trust you, John. Dishonest John.
I'll tell you something. This guy couldn't be trusted to pay his mortgage on time. This guy couldn't be trusted to hold a job. Hold a job at the he can be trusted in any office building, let alone the U.S. Congress. I cannot wait.
He lied. And you lied. You never sued Brad, John. You're dishonest. John, what's the case number, John? John, you little snake oil salesman, you little dishonest fraud. John.
We'll make sure you're never in office.
John, my friend, how dare you?
Listen, Dad, I hate to tell you this, but the lawsuit is pending against Bradley down in Houston. We're waiting to serve him with the process papers. The service processor can't locate him at his job at Children's Houston's Hospital. But I want to thank you all for coming to my friend, the trash bag. He's changing into a beautiful phoenix. We're converting this room into a John Kitover fundraiser. I can't thank you all enough for coming. Free Israel from the Hamas terrorist threat now. Liberate the hostages and destroy Hamas now. So future generations of Israelis won't have to live under the threat of Islamic terrorism from the Gaza Strip. Thank you all for coming. You terrorist-supporting low IQ losers. You've wasted years of your lives on this app. I've created 30,000 videos of you schmucks promoting terrorism, supporting terrorism. We've notified the FBI a total of 10 times. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino know about Clubhouse. They know about you, and they are tracking you. For one day soon, that search warrant is going to get issued, and your front door is in. And when they push it in, you're going to jump on Clubhouse and say, John Kitover was right. They were tracking us, and they have been listening to our terrorist promotion and terrorist supporter rooms. Fuck John Kitover, he got me arrested and now I'm getting deported or I'm being put in jail for 25 years for domestic terrorism, all because of candidate Congressman John. Thanks for coming, everybody. This is Jews Against Genocide, organized by our good friend, my friend, and Daniel. Thank you all for being here. God bless you all. I know some of you aren't enthusiastic about our campaign to get into the 16th district in Congress. But I want to let you know, it's losers like you, the terrorist-supporting cocksuckers, who are your own worst enemy. Yeah, that's you. If you support terrorism and you support violence, you are your own worst enemy. You don't support justice. You don't support the law. You only support your grandiosity, your opinions, your lies, and your propaganda. You are the true schmucks and low IQ small schmeckle people we like to talk about. There are autistic Down syndrome facilities we could place you in if you're willing to let go of your terrorist promotion. But if you won't let go of terrorist promotion, we will just push it in, kick your door down, drag you out in cuffs and beat Billy Club, mace you, and maybe use stun grenades on entry. Thanks for being here. This is the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com right now. I'm updating the link to our donation page. If you love listening to the roast of terrorist promoters here on Clubhouse, I'm giving the campaign $1. Just $1 like the Rebbe. That's okay. Menachem Schneerson was a great guy, Only $1 is needed because you know why? It's the thought, the intention behind it. Thank you all so much for coming. We can't thank you enough.
It's a charity case. We're so shocked. Oh my God, begging for money on Clubhouse. That's pathetic.
Wasting all your time on Clubhouse. Non-stop free Palestine. I don't support Hamas. I don't support Hamas. I only completely support Hamas. That's what you like to say. I don't support Hamas. But, the Israelis, they're not entitled to security. They can't take over a bunch of terrorist territory to protect themselves. They got to play by the international rules of law. And Netanyahu's a terrorist himself. When does it end? Oh, you know what it ends? When every single Hamasnik terrorist's head is literally disintegrated in the ground and they're being buried and the Israeli Jewish hostages are free and back home. That's when it ends, ladies and gentlemen.
So try talking about Chicago.
The poll's been updated with a campaign donation link. We're turning this into a fundraiser. Do you want to come to Chicago or not, Zach? We need you.
Yeah, sorry I didn't text you back. Well, you sent me a lot of text messages, and I can't text back to every message.
No, I know. I'm writing you my thoughts. So welcome back to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
We can talk about that another time, but do you still need help or no?
Yeah, absolutely. We need to do fundraising here. I mean, you can keep coming to Clubhouse like these loser strokers who keep coming here and wasting all their time generating nothing, doing nothing.
Money's not for his campaign, it's for his mortgage. So everyone please donate immediately.
But I could.
No, keep working, but we need to fundraise to get you here. We've exhausted our funds so far.
When are you going to start talking about the problems people deal with in District 6 or Peoria?
It's District 16, schmuck.
Yeah, I'm sure you're begging for money. You're begging for pennies. Also, you can scream and spend your time on Clubhouse and still miss your mortgage payment. I think that's a joke, and it's laughable, and that's why you can't even make it on the ballot.
Why are you being so mean?
I'd support Darren LaHood. That's why, because this guy wants to jail his political opponents and have the FBI raid their homes. I mean, he's a lunatic, and that's very un-American. And that's why, again, he'll never make it on the ballot.
Listen, you slimy little piece of dog shit. You're a terrorist supporter, terrorist promoter. And as soon as the FBI or Department of Homeland Security kicks your front fucking door in and drags your terrorist supporting ass out in cuffs and beats you over the head with billy clubs and you're screaming, "Oh, give me my phone. I gotta get on Clubhouse and let everybody know that candidate John got the FBI to kick my door in." Oh, that's why they're going to kick your door in, Jack, because you're a terrorist promoting, terrorist supporter, Jack. We got you on record. You, Mikhail, Edward, Amir are all going to have your shit pushed in by the end of September. It's coming. The FBI knows who you are, motherfucker, and they're about to kick your fucking front door in, Jack. I know you're on the run now, but you better look out, Jack. The FBI is coming for you, Jack. For you.
Actually putting in any work. You collect donations on Clubhouse and you're trying to pay people to collect signatures for you instead of doing the job yourself. You spent time on live stream and tried to pay people to do your job and it didn't work. And you didn't get the signatures and you're not on the ballot and now you're crashing out. Which I get it. But try to...
I don't like your tone of voice. You can come back on the stage. I'm going to ask you to speak in a kind tone of voice and stop being antagonistic. You can join my stage, but I will not allow antagonism. So please welcome back. Don't be my friend John.
America.
I'm going to invite you to the stage and I'm going to move you into
Yeah, that's fair. You didn't throw him down with the...
Well,
I
didn't know that the FBI raided so.
They didn't, but that's what he wants. But anyways, John, curious question for someone who lives in Chicago.
Well, you started it.
Why not do the work yourself instead of paying people? Why not go door to door? It's a genuine question.
Well, that's an ignorant question.
Was ignorant. I've done it for campaigns.
And how many signatures did you collect every day?
I helped Denise Barnes get elected in Anaheim.
And how many signatures did you collect every day?
Enough to get on the ballot and win.
So how many did you collect?
Thousands.
Huh?
Thousands.
You collected thousands every day?
No, not thousands every day.
How many did
Probably
you personally collect?
a day?
Yes, per day. How many
I
did
would
you
say
do?
about 50 a day.
Door knocking?
Door knocking, getting doors slammed in your face, getting chewed out, talking to old people. Old people
And were you paid? Were you paid for your time?
I was not paid a dime. This was an internship. This was free labor.
Well,
and old people could talk your.
How old were you at the time? How old were you at the time when you did this?
Oh my God, so many questions. I was 23, 24, 23 years old.
Well, when you get a little bit older, you can't do stuff for free anymore. So a lot of these signature collections.
Not for free, my friend.
Why
this is not for free.
Interrupting me? I can go back on mute, but all I'm going to say is that most of the signature collection campaigns in America today are supported with financial compensation for the collectors.
John, have you ever gone door to?
Listen, you tiny dick, little faggot, terrorist-supporting piece of shit. I'm about to blow the shofar up your ass. Here we go. Rabbono Shalom. This is for you, you tiny dick, little terrorist-supporting faggot.
Audience, just to keep it consistent. John, please come back.
Shoot.
Continue to blow the shofar, but please don't be antagonistic.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it would serve you well. Let your constituents get to know you are.
Let them get to know that I report terrorist, cocksucking, faggot promoters like you, Jack. The FBI is going to push your fucking door in with Amir and Edward and Mikhail. It's coming, Jack. I don't need to talk to you about my campaign. You need to lawyer up before the FBI kicks your fucking door in and says, "Stop what you're doing! Put your hands in the air! It's the FBI, Jack!" That's what they're going to say when they push your fucking front door in, you terrorist-supporting tiny dick little faggot.
We have freedom of speech in this country. I've never supported any terrorism materially or through speech, but regardless of your slander and defamation, which is fine, it's okay, it's expected actually, I'll continue.
It's not slander and defamation. It's recordings of you promoting terrorism, supporting terrorism, being a domestic terrorist, Jack. It's all on YouTube, live stream from phone to phone, YouTube to Clubhouse, starring you, starring Mikhail, starring Amir, starring Edward. The FBI, Jack. That's what they say when they kick your door and they say, "Hands up! It's the FBI, Jack." That's what you're going to hear before you get wonked over the head with a billy club and the handcuffs get put on and they drag you out by your fucking hair, Jack. It's not polite. They drag you out by your fucking hair. And you're going to be screaming, "Wait, pass me my phone, quick, I got to get on Clubhouse. I got to get on the app and let everybody know what candidate John did to us. He recorded us for years promoting terrorism. He recorded us for years supporting terrorism."
Batlamis. Oh, he left. Batlamis, please vote. He's gone.
We should do a poll if we think John's going to win. I want to see how many people are deluded.
Let's just do a poll to see if John gets on the ballot, because that's the real win here, Jack. I hate to tell it to you. Just getting on the ballot is the challenge. I've been through ballot challenges, signature petition challenges. Jack, all you've done in years is come on this app and run your worthless little terrorist-supporting, terrorist-promoting mouth. Jack, you've accomplished nothing. I'm in a race to defeat a sitting congressman. Who the fuck are you, you little terrorist-supporting, terrorist-promoting? Oh, I know who you are. You're that guy who the FBI is about to kick and push his shit in. And when they kick your door in, Jack, they say, "Hands up! FBI!" Just remember that saying, Jack. They're about to push your shit in with Amir, Edward, Mikhail. They're about to kick your door in, Jack.
What else do they say, John?
They say, hands up, FBI. Hands to the sky, or we'll shoot you, little terrorist promoter, terrorist supporter. It's coming, Jack. You're not allowed to do what you're doing. You are supporting and promoting terrorist activities, Jack. You, Edward, Mikhail, Amir, you're all about to have your shit pushed in. And they're going to drag you out by your fucking hair, and you're going to be screaming, somebody quick, turn on Clubhouse and record the audio from this arrest. Quick, I want everybody to know it was candidate John that got me arrested.
You're trying to silence and arrest your political opposition. That's great. That's fine. But we have freedom of speech in this country, buddy. We have a Bill of Rights, the Constitution, something you should learn if you're ever planning to be in this great country to often.
Sorry, friend. We protect against enemies domestic. We've sworn an oath to the Constitution, unlike you, you dirty terrorist supporting promoter. Here we go.
We can move on to something more like that would involve more people than just you two, even though it was fascinating, and I can't wait to kind of catch up on this. I just saw like a tweet, where is it, from Ursula von der Leyen, the head of the EU, whatever. So she writes, we will set up a Palestine donor group, because any future Palestinian state must be viable also from an economic point of view. And we, Europeans, will set up a dedicated instrument for Gaza reconstruction. Gaza must be rebuilt.
I want to hear from Ash. She ran the other day when I asked her to give me 5 examples on how Donald Trump is ruining North America. She ran.
She's here now.
Alright.
No, his last name's Ash.
Wait,
Ash.
Daniel, who was it who tweeted that? Sorry. I missed that.
Ursula von der Leyen. You know who that is?
Yeah. Wait, is she the lady who leads the
She's the EU Commission president.
Yeah, so I've heard of this. So this has to do something with Donald Trump's latest proposal. That this is kind of like the beginning stages he proposed to the Arab states and Pakistan and
The Donald Trump proposal? My name is Jack. I live in a delusion.
what they're specifically.
Of the Arabs, there was also an Arab conference that they have like the Gaza after, and it's kind of like the same idea basically.
Essentially, yeah. It's basically saying like disarm Hamas, kick them out. Basically, there will be no Hamas in Gaza. Rebuild.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Point one. Who's doing this? Because I now read also that Macron wants to international force to disarm Hamas, which I think is amazing. Like loving it. I don't see this is happening. Like now, like French people and British people will now go into Gaza and fight Hamas. I really don't see those.
Daniel, I believe, if I'm not wrong, I believe Hamas actually said, in terms of not being part of any future governance, they said that they would agree to that as long as a Palestinian independent technocrat.
We're talking about two different things.
And then, wait, let me finish. And then the disarmament, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they said they would even leave. I could be wrong about that.
The leaders, some of the leaders did say that they are willing to basically, they have no problem with exile. At least some of them. At least the one that is, I forgot his name, the one that was head of the Gaza division, the one that is now the head of the Hamas in Gaza because all the others are dead. The bald guy, if you know what the bullet. So he basically said that he's willing to exile. I don't know about everybody. And again, if the resistance stays and someone else takes over and those people just kind of escape judgment from their own people, then it doesn't help. You need to kind of disarm.
The Indonesians, because they're asking for governments to send some international force along potentially with the PA, but definitely international force. And I think the Indonesians said they would send troops to kind of take care of this, help secure Gaza, like in terms of security and, for both security for Israel and the Palestinians. And I think overall, if this does go through, right, like, because this is just a proposal, if it does go through, I honestly believe Hamas kind of won in so many ways here. Like,
they won the genocide.
I'm interested to know how did they win.
So like it would.
He's trying to positively reframe a loser's position where everyone's been obliterated and the entire way of life has been completely destroyed.
John, I'm really interested how if Israel achieves all the objectives of the war. And Hamas, like, how did Hamas win?
Well, basically, Hamas won because in the minds and hearts of billions of people around the world, they have infected them with a mind virus.
They would basically consider it a win because, of course, anytime, and their framing of it is like you're fighting for justice or freedom or whatever you're going to say, there's going to be sacrifice. And they'll say everyone who died, and Gaza was basically sacrificed for this. And this being that Gaza will be run by a Palestinian government. People are not ethnically cleansed, and this will never happen in Gaza again. Basically, this war, these tit for tat, basically every other year, this launching of rockets from Gaza to Israel and Israel destroying parts of Gaza. That kind of battle would kind of. Almost done.
No, but it's real. You're saying okay.
There's so much. I'll wrap it up right here. But essentially, the siege of Gaza would basically be over, and people in Gaza going forward, it would be rebuilt for a different life, right?
So you're saying
that's kind of the win right there.
No, listen.
It would lead to some solution.
I salute you for the flexibility. Okay, the threat was Hamas, okay? The reason that Gaza was blockaded and got bombed was Hamas. The reason that the war is happening is because Hamas. And then Hamas is removed and the threat is gone. And now Hamas is the winner, but by basically being removed. I mean, you don't need all this proposal. I mean,
that's the fuck.
I really salute you. This could have been achieved any day from 2005 and until this will happen after Gaza will rebuild, I don't know, in a decade or two. At any moment, if Hamas will just lay down their arms. But it's a win because we wanted to ethnically cleanse and we wanted to genocide and our plans didn't work out. No, dude, those accusations from day one, you know that this was not true. Like, it's not true. It was in your ecosystem and now you are flipping it. You're accused of something that didn't happen, and now you're trying to kind of show it as a win that the thing that you're accused of us didn't manage. While the objective of the war, both of them will be achieved, a total win. Hamas will be defeated, demilitarized and gone, total win. But yeah, you know what?
I
understand you have like this problem with pride or with reality or with fact. But you know what? If this is a win for Hamas, they should have said so. Really, we would have. I would have personally handed out on a silver plate years ago.
Daniel, just like a point of clarification. When I say what I just said, I'm saying this as a perspective of what I've been hearing from Hamas supporters and what their end goal was. Some of the things
That's you, dummy. You're a Hamas supporter, a terrorist promoter, a terrorist supporter.
Hold on. Fucked up what I was thinking about. So basically, essentially, those wins, some of those were part of the things that Hamas supporters have been saying would be the end goal of this battle. And in their worldview, of course, they believe Israel, had a grander plan of eventually ethnically cleansing in this war against Zionism versus anti-Zionism. But
what is this, fucking Star Wars or the movie Dune? They're fighting terrorists to the death because they're suicidal terrorists willing to die in the process to prove a point because they're brainwashed and stupid like you, Jack.
John, please.
that's something I was gonna.
Bev lists off like 5 people in the room that are dumb, yet she's here listening. What does that make you, Bev? What does that make you? You fucking douchebag. Bev and Ash, they're fucking sick, demonic people. Saying that everybody's dumb. Sire's a simp, saying that she's intelligent. She's a great mother. He doesn't even know these fucking people.
Daniel, I was
You guys who were fighting in the chat,
I was talking about Hamas is a win, and I said that Hamas is wrong. It will not be a win. They could have had, like, there was a problem. And if we achieve our goals, and that it's not a win, but if this is what they want to tell themselves in their made-up world of fact, then enjoy the win, I would have delivered it. This is basically a summary of.
You see, my friend, you can still win in the chat, even though if you can't win in the audio version. There's still communication happening in the chat. And don't forget, everybody, Jack here, Amir, Edward, Mikhail, they're all getting their front doors pushed in by the FBI because they're terrorist promoters, terrorist supporters. And when they push it in, Jack, and they drag you up by your hair, and you're screaming, please, just give me my phone. I want to go on Clubhouse to document my arrest. Go ahead, Jack. Just scream it out when you get that chance. Thanks, everybody.
Everything but the sheer fan.
okay.
Are be dangerous. Well, it's just weird to me. It's weird that there's
Like,
like
don't
this
ruin the
fat
stage.
loser here.
Conversation on stage.
Bev, are you fat?
The conversation. Are you new to Clubhouse? It's a waste of time.
I have her phone number and her picture.
How do you work?
And Ash.
Do you know what I
Maybe we will unite. Either we will go to the chat or we bring the chat here. But this is a bit like the people in the
I
chat.
suggest turn off the chat.
I suggest continuing to discuss the chat on stage. That's what I suggest.
I suggest we do a poll.
We have a poll going. Vote in the poll.
Listen, they recently gave a poll to over 1.2 million Palestinians, and they said, would you rather see Hamas defeated and in exile and obliterated from your lives forever, or would you continue that they want to fight the war to the death? 99.9% of Palestinians said, Hamas,
But not Jack.
I'd like to invite Bev to the stage. Page Bev B. User has already been invited to this room.
She won't come. Neither will Ash. They won't
It's
come.
very weird behavior. Why would you?
Because they're
you
fans.
on
They're
Clubhouse?
losers.
What is the point? Ash has gone.
Yeah. Now, next is.
I also want to say AIPAC just upped their donation from 10,000 to 30,000. Thanks, Dr. Schwartzman.
Zionists love Zionist people. I'm literally begging her to join the stage. I'm begging her to join the stage. Please join the stage.
Who I would also invite, so she doesn't feel like she's who is the band?
Yeah, make me a mod. Let me invite her too.
Well, I would make you a mod, but you were playing music earlier. It was very.
Well, I was trying to shut Jack up while the infomercial was going on about the FBI.
You can play music, but only if it's Bob Marley or Modest Yahoo.
All right.
What about
Or Zach Delaware. You can play Zach Delaware.
You don't like Shlomo Karlbach?
Can you play a song, baby?
Wait,
Yeah. Tell me.
Shema. Let's do the Shema.
The song is
There?
Surge, S-E-R-G-E, Surge.
Yeah. Gainsbourg?
Gainsbow.
Yeah. Okay. And what song?
It's called Couleur Cafe. C-O-U-L-O-U-R.
Got it. It's playing right now. 1 second. All right. And then you can. It goes on too long. 1 second.
לאדוני אלוהינו הרחמים והסליחות לאדוני אלוהינו הרחמים והסליחות אל נא תשת עלינו חטאת חטאנו צורנו סלח לנו יוצרנו סלח לנו יוצרנו שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד
if there's Palestinians in here or Palestinian supporters who want to make the case that what Palestinians desire is peace, I think the case can be made. If you're in the chat and you're saying free Palestine all day, you're welcome to join the stage and make the case that all the Palestinians want is peace. And you can try to argue and get me to see the truth, which is that all the Palestinians want is peace. I don't believe that's true. And I think that people who are talking about that are stupid. I think that Bev is a stupid person. So I don't know. I mean, I guess we can just have trolls in the chat and we can just listen to music. But I think it's weird when the trolls in the chat are saying that we don't want them to speak or that we're silencing them or something like that. Grace is always talking about hate, like her people aren't the ones murdering children. So the notion that Israel is murdering children is a lie. The only people who say that are stupid, hateful people.
And Grace doesn't hate.
Silence people.
And Grace
That's a
never
stupid
use
thing
that
to
word.
say. I think, Bev, you're a stupid idiot.
You've asked her to come on stage like 20 times. How are we silencing
Yeah,
her?
she's saying, but so she's just lying. I mean, these people just lie. I think that it's really important to just say. Anybody was saying, I just saw a video today of Palestine, and there's children in the streets, full of children in the street, and they're dropping leaflets on the children, warning them, hey, remember, we're having a war against your parents, the Hamas fighters, so be careful. Last time I was here, Bibi invited me on stage thinking he was going to bully me. He got outsmarted and then I got gulagged. Well, I'm much smarter than Bibi. No offense. Just joking. But I mean, try it again. Feel free to try it again. BB is a different person. BB is my friend who is a moderator currently.
my friend.
See, my friend, I can do this. Zach, don't you know that this debate won't create peace? Only Torah, only Tanya, only pre-programmed wisdom. There's no programming wisdom coming out of these debates. I hate to break the bad news for you. Do you got 60 seconds for Tanya?
Only wisdom creates peace.
You need to do like a Dorso commercial.
This debate won't create peace.
I'm telling you, do you gentlemen have 60 seconds for Tanya? Do you even care about Torah?
Dude, debunk what I said. What did you say? Grace's people are the ones killing children? That's the most recent claim that was made.
Let me ask you a
Like
question.
her people aren't the ones murdering children. But Israel isn't murdering children. There's no proof that they are.
Charlie
So
didn't get the benefit
it's
of
bunk. What you said is bunk. You just said Israel is murdering children. There's no claim to debunk. It's not true. There's no evidence to support your claim. Therefore, it is bunk. Would you like to make another claim? I'm debating with Bev in the chat. I'm going to finish this cigarette. I'm going to go back and I'm going to have people. Excuse me, would you sign to help John Kitover defeat Darren LaHood? No.
All you got to say is, sir, do you have 10 seconds to defeat Darren LaHood? This is a congressional petition. They go, give it to me. Did you say Darren LaHood?
Oh, really? All right, well then maybe you should pay more.
Listen, I don't even know if I might be getting ripped off and scammed at $1.50 a signature. I think people are just sitting there and maybe filling out, $15 sheets. I think that,
Proving you are lying. Laugh my ass off.
So she's
There
watching
is- I could post pictures of 3 lemon Palestinians. I could post pictures of women with 5, 6 fingers on their hand. A lot of idiotic pictures, a lot of body bags checking their phones, a lot of body bags moving around, a lot of people physically crying and they turn into laughing. The Syrians must be believers in Jewish.
You see from the beginning of the war, one
Yeah, I can, but I wanted to say, Dev, you're a dumb lady. But yes, from the beginning of the war, what was happening?
Zach, if you don't have anything nice to say, just don't say it. Just kick her from the room. Just don't do that to yourself in the chat, Zach. No, do you gentlemen even have 60 seconds for Torah? I would like to do a Tanya meditation.
I don't have the Tanya with me. I have my Rosh Hashanah booklet.
Well, go ahead. Give us 60 seconds from the booklet. Please, anything positive or intelligent. I like to think of this as an audiobook, and I've heard yet to hear anything intelligent.
How's that?
Ahad.
Ahad. Yachad.
together.
Weren't your people sterilizing Ethiopian Jewish women
Thank you,
to keep them
Dad.
from having babies? First of all, that was like 20 years ago. And second of all, no. I think that was debunked as well. Ethiopian Jews being sterilized. You can just Google all this stuff. This is dumb. This is a waste of time.
No one was sterilized.
This is a waste of time.
Like,
You're a dumb lady. Saying
No.
Ethiopian Jews has nothing to do with Free Palestine. So if you want to care about Free Palestine, what are you talking about Ethiopian Jews? When you start talking about Ethiopian Jews, you are simply supporting my theory, which is that Free Palestine simply means fuck Israel. Free Palestine, they don't care about Palestine. Free Palestine is the same as Allahu Akbar. If you hear somebody saying Free Palestine, you better duck.
Zach, it's a mind virus. You have to break it with Tanya, something intelligent. You can't just smoke cigarettes and scream out these Free Palestine people are stupid. We know they're stupid. They're not reading anything.
true. Anything else? Sire is in the chat. Free Palestine. So that means fuck Jews. So Sire is a black guy who hates Jews.
Yeah.
I guess. That's cool. So cool. What a surprise. A black guy who hates Jews. What a surprise.
No, it's like basically people that need to find basically a reason why they're failures will use Jews as an excuse for their failures.
Listen, do you gentlemen have 60 seconds for Tanya? Pick a number 1 through 50. This is going to be the last thing I say to the room. Oh, dear God. Here we go. Free Mangione, too, while we're at it. Just another LGBTQ rainbow liquor. Hey, gentlemen, do you have 60 seconds for Toya, Tanya? I'd like to make a positive contribution to the room.
Yeah, free Luigi Mangione. Also, I do invite Bev onto stage. She said she didn't want to debate the other people because she doesn't have mob powers and is afraid of being good. So she's always available to debate me. First of all, about the Ethiopian Jewish women, they were not sterilized. They were given birth control that was active for 3 to 6 months, and because they're refugee camps and.
Oh, Jesus, gentlemen. I'm sorry, but I take ownership for what I put in my brain. I can't listen to this Free Mangione rainbow liquor anymore. I'd like to read 60 seconds from Tanya. Sorry to interrupt you. You'll have your moment. Can anybody give me a number 1 through 25? And you're going to get 60 seconds of Tanya. Can't stand listening to this rainbow liquor. You want 13. I think I read 13 recently to yak off. This is called internal conflict. The in-betweener is judged by both inclinations, judged by them, not ruled by them. Also, everybody, take the deepest breath of the day while we're at it. The in-betweener listens to the claims of both inclinations and judges between them. When a physical desire arises, the left side of your heart is aroused to pursue it. This is the voice of the inclination toward selfishness. Bring that passion into the right side of your heart, where your intellect responds with the voice of inclination toward selflessness. Most often, the two inclinations are in conflict. So lift the matter to God, who will strengthen the goodness of the right, as our sages teach. Without God's help, the evil inclination could not be overcome. Since everyone has both good and evil inclinations, there is no sense in being judged by them, but only by how you handle them. The in-betweener lifts the competition to God. This is what is meant by the teaching, I set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life that you may live. If the word, therefore, is a command from God telling us which to choose, then there is, in fact, no choice at all. Choose life should not be read as a command, but rather as a consequence. Torah and Tanya are saying that you clearly see that the right side speaks for life and the left side speaks for death. You will naturally choose life. The real choice is not between life and death, but between seeing and not seeing.
Thank you, John. I have to go back to synagogue, but I am going to make you a mod, okay?
Bye-bye.
Lived in a
You may want to consider adding magnesium L-threonate to your routine.
Unlike other forms of magnesium. Okay, I'll give you $100 right now if you can prove it wrong. Sir.
Prove you wrong on what point specifically? There's a lot of wrong points.
Okay, so let's start with this one.
The two Martins?
Let's start with this one.
Listen, happy Rosh Hashanah, everybody. Shavua Tov. Geikachen lichtig in dein Augen and Fuß der Reboinen Shaloylein. I hope this blast from my shofar helps eliminate the mind virus and the chillism syndicate of loser low IQ people who can't give it up. It's the worst toxic community.
Overwhelmingly younger, more female, they're more LGBT coded, they're very focused on immigration, and
Listen, all you LGBTQ Democrats, happy Rosh Hashanah. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
fucking knock on his shoulder, we're gonna quit. And
That is not what happened, Bart. That is
Hello?
not what happened.
Wait, let him finish. Hold on, what is this?
Sorry, but that's just a.
Okay, so I'm gonna land my plane. The
Hello?
majority of Democratic Party voters are working class, working class consideration. Whereas the activists in the party, they're not evil, but the activists
call it a gypsy, like a-
educated backgrounds. The activists demand things like trans surgery, women and girls sports,
actual
open borders. I'm not
Or
saying
unless
the activists, I'm not saying the
something
activists
happened on-
are evil, but their values, their morals, their ethics are so totally opposed to the voters that they doom the party to lose the next four elections.
This is a Republican speaking. To shame Democratic people. That was crazy.
Yeah,
Y'all
that's some
did that in real
leftist
time.
arrangement.
Well, he also moved into like activism.
So what actually happened in the Harris thing was
Damn,
Harris
y'all both
wanted to go
All right.
on Rogan. She shifted her entire schedule to go on Rogan.
So that was politically correct. They just kicked me from the room. And they've been doing a lot of the YouTube notifications on me, but they haven't stopped me. And every complaint that they submit, I counter that I own the copyright, the IP, and that these are malicious reports. So, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but more often than not, it's not a problem. And YouTube knows what I'm doing, and just so everybody knows who these people are and what they support and what they're talking about. But we're gonna hop back in. We got a new account, a new private account, and we're going to jump back in. Record, document. What's this going over here?
The people, the popular movements, whatever, of the right, they don't go against them. They don't correct them. They don't, if anything, they rile them up. They say, yes, that and more, Trump, I'm going to be your retribution, right? That kind of thing. And then it feels like on the left, they're always trying to moderate people. So, like, I don't know, let's say, like, on the Gaza issue or whatever, it's like, it's a more moderating response. It's like, yes, we hear you, valid, and also, we need to think about this, and there's this consideration, and da-da-da. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like the right is like, helping them start their fires on their side, and the Democrats are like trying to put out the fires that the left is starting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think it's a miscalculation on the side of the left, because typically
leverage fervor on your party, not constantly cool it down. Like, I think Democrats are afraid of their base in a lot of ways because, I mean, they'll lose good jobs. That's what happens. Republicans, they don't even care if you assassinate their leaders. They'll be like, yo, we'll just turn it into like a issue to further chin up the base. It'll all be red meat. Like, they don't give a shit because, like, the thing that they want is, like, they have a clear vision of the future. They want an all-white, Christian, heteronormative state. And they are willing to make sacrifices in service to that. Democrats are not, they don't have the same vision for the world that they want. Democratic leaders, quite frankly, are fine with things as they are. They are not a party of change. They do not have a clear-eyed vision towards a shared goal. And until they're able to articulate one that is agreed upon by the electorate, they will always be able to be taken advantage by any crazy who at least has like a real vision for the future. And that's what Republicans are. They're crazy people that know exactly what they want, which is literally, like, by definition, the American way.
Nobody cares how you suck a dick, son.
So,
You
like,
don't want to have to pay
stop
for your
doing the things that appeal to Americans because we think risks are scary. That's just how we move as a party. It's not working. But we'll see. These midterms, everybody, these midterms are going to be gangbusters. We're going to do it all.
And the thing is that whatever these, popular movements are on the left, there is often a backlash to them. And the fact that Democrats were maybe trying to be a moderating voice to those movements, they never really get credit for that with the voters, right? Like, the backlash is going to happen against, anyone on the left, whether they were protesting for Gaza, or they were the ones that weren't pushing for humanitarian aid to go in, or whatever. Like, they all get painted with a broad brush, like, by the voters, and that backlash comes to all of them. So I don't really see what the win is for Democrats to be this moderating, like, they're already going to suffer the back of it anyway. And they also don't get the benefit of, they have tampened down the enthusiasm to vote for them on the left, and they haven't lessened the backlash that they're going to get from everyone else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. So I think we think of the Democratic Party as like one big, beautiful, sorry. I've had that in my mind because Trump has moved away from one big, beautiful bill. Anyways, this is a really big country, and every district or state or whatever that a Democrat represents is not progressive. I think that we're going to have to better understand that there are places where the Mamdani thing is not going to work. And somehow, because we talk about elections primarily in a national way, there's no room for, like, the nuance, right? Like, there's no room for understanding that Marie Gluesenkamp Perez in Washington State is going to have to do something different than, I don't know, who's super aggressive, Pramila Jayapal,
Yeah, but that happens.
Literally, the Republicans are doing exactly what you just said we can't do. I think what you're saying makes total sense. Is at a local election, you might have to run it a little bit different. But Natty, these are the 4 or 5 things we're going to stick to, and this is all we're going to talk about. We can't talk about every single thing. Like, honestly, I know multiple people came off mute when Bart was talking, which I'm confused because he was Homer a second ago. But honestly, the things he was talking about were things that people in round circles that I was around, that's what people were talking about. And people were like, man, I'm not really, I have these values matching up to what the Democratic Party is doing right now. I disagree on this point. So there has to be a point where we look at the fact that what the Republican machine is, they literally are bringing together hardcore racists, and evangelicals, who are very similar, by the way. But the bottom line is, we have to look at that and go, wait a minute, why is that working? Oh, because at the highest level, they're picking, these are the major things we're going to work on. They acted like Project 2025 didn't even exist during the election. And I was election, they pushed that aside because they wanted to win. At some point, the Democratic Party should be like, okay, let's focus on voters' rights. That's one. Let's focus on education. Let's focus on healthcare. Let's focus on racism. Those four should be good.
Yeah.
You know, as a party, maybe we shouldn't bring up reparations because we're not in agreement. Maybe as a party, we shouldn't bring up transports because we're not in agreement. Maybe as a party, we shouldn't bring up these things because the party is not in agreement on a lot of things.
But Trump did that. No, so the unifying force, right? The person who is able to make all of these conflicting ideas and ideals cohere to voters, right? Like, and become a point of rallying was the person of Trump. Like, that's why I think we're gonna need a remarkable candidate, and then all of our hopes and dreams get funneled into the candidate, and then they say this is the positive vision for the future of America, and we all buy in, and we live happily ever after in a severely diminished democracy.
So why did Al Gore lose?
The Brooks Brothers riot.
No new taxes. They got united behind a party. Wait, was that no new tax this year?
No new taxes is George H.W. Bush.
Yeah, that
Gore lost because Clinton got his dick sucked.
I think Gore lost because Bush was a more charming candidate, and the Chads in Florida.
It's because the Supreme Court didn't let them keep counting the votes because they left.
I know the point I was trying to make was this doesn't just start with Trump. I think Trump has been the perfect piece to fit into this, but I don't think it just started with him. I think that it's looking more like Obama was an anomaly of somebody that was able to pull more of the country together.
I have evidence that Brian is
I don't
correct.
think Obama was an anomaly at all. I don't know why you would say that. Why would Obama be an anomaly?
Because there's nothing else like him anywhere.
Was an anomaly.
He's one of one. There's no other Barack Obama.
There's three people talking though.
There's no other Barack Obamas in the country. Can you name two?
Shapiro. And
Well, can I respond?
You asked me to name one, two, and I did. So if you don't like them, that's just not my problem. But you asked me, and those are my choices. So can you name?
Ain't nobody burning down Barack Obama's house in his own state. You know, Lisa, I never interrupted anyone on stage, and I mostly kept my mouth shut. But I think Shapiro would be a terrible candidate because all the people that hate Israel, and there's a lot of people in the Democratic Party that hate Israel and wanted to.
I don't know
they
why
would vote against
you
him.
never interrupted anybody.
Well, I haven't interrupted anyone today. Is that fair to say?
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, Bart.
Okay, so today I haven't interrupted anyone, and the proof that Brian is correct, be very brief here, is I just got back from Europe. The exact same policies Kamala to lose are causing elections in Europe to swing the other way. In the UK, Nigel Farage is about to become
Obama being an anomaly.
Well, the answer is Obama was able to bring America together. And the Democratic Party policies forced on by the activists today
Did he really?
They can't. Yes, he did. He brought America together. He won landslides.
So all those people who were just hiding, those racists. No. The racists just went underground, sir.
And they voted.
I mean, there's lots of Obama Trump voters.
A lot of those racists voted for that Negro and then regretted it. I'll never vote for a Negro again.
Racists.
Yes, many racists voted for Obama.
Wow. Where's the paper on that?
Well, one thing that I point to,
Bart is one of them.
I mean, there's many papers on it.
Oh, I didn't know you're a racist, Bart.
Bart voted for Obama. He's racist as hell.
And I voted for Clinton.
Yeah, man. Racists be making good decisions every now and then politically. They used to make good decisions. Racists used to make healthy democratic decisions all the time.
Democratic Party was a big tent under Clinton and won landslides. You got to get back to that time or else keep losing.
Hold on, say that again. Racists vote for a black man. Say that again. I'm not able to study on that in a room, please. Thank you.
Say that again. I hear what you said, but
what I said was Bill Clinton brought together a huge tent, and he won slides, and the people that are not copying Clinton are the reason the party keeps losing. The activists that refuse to emulate Clinton guarantee that the party will lose the next 5 presidential elections. Clinton has the only formula for winning, in my humble view.
It's a different climate. This is not 1992, man. Respectful. Nothing close. We are never going back.
Clinton's why we're all here right now.
Ever.
Clinton honestly created an environment for this all.
No, actually, Clinton was smart enough. I'll let my opinion. Clinton was smart enough to run on the issue of deporting all illegals, and because he ran for yeah, but just let me finish, and then you can criticize. The policy of deporting 100% of illegals is so popular in Europe and in the U.S. that any Democrat that refuses to deport illegals, I guarantee will lose. That's an unpopular statement to say in this room, but I have receipts and I'm done speaking.
Immigration. Clinton's strategy is going to work in 2026. Like, come on, let's keep it real. Stop it.
Hey, I think Bart doesn't get listened to in white rooms, because if I was white and I got treated the way Bart does, I'll be talking to y'all every day.
He says he's Hispanic, yo.
I don't know, man. I don't think so.
Still be changing up. That's that fucking, what's his real name? Diego.
Bart is a white guy. He got to be Cuban or something.
Oh, shit. He's definitely not Cuban, because they're a lot less watered down with their racism. And I don't even know if he's racist. Well, let's not even get into it. All I'm saying is, not.
So if shit gets like really
Obama
bad.
won his elections because people wanted to see a change in the country, and you could equate that to why Trump won, at least the first one. But
here's my opinion on the strategy moving forward. I think the Democratic Party, all of us that vote on a regular basis, that vote consistently, it's time for us to be taken advantage of. We're not going anywhere. Post-MAGA, we're definitely going to vote blue no matter who. The party is at the whims of the people that sat out in the last election, particularly in the swing states. And if we don't play to them and make sure that they come out, nothing fucking matters. That's how I see it.
Do you think a democratic process that allowed for a primary would have helped or hurt Kamala? Because I think it would have probably hurt her, but maybe helped the country. If she just had to fight for it.
She would have won the primary?
Yeah, I think it would help.
I think she would have won the primary.
I don't understand why people are harping on this.
Harping on what? It was a lull in the conversation.
I don't think it's useful.
Oh, it's book week. Book week. All right, I'll save all
Kamala conversations for 6
months after she gets.
You don't think she would have won the primary?
I don't know. I just think it would have been better if we had a primary.
Who would have beat her? Who would have beat Kamala?
I didn't say any. What is going on? I said I don't know.
Oh, you said it would have been better
if we had a primary.
I got you. Of course. I think so too. Yeah. Sure.
You can split their base even further. You know what? I'm falling into it. Never mind.
Hold on. That's a decent enough combo.
I think Americans like to feel like they had a democratic process, and they didn't feel that way about how Kamala was chosen. And I think
that is a talking point that the conservatives. And this is I'm frustrated.
All right, forget it. I don't want to talk with you like this. You do your yelling thing, and I don't want you to.
Like we've gotten along for like 5 minutes, and that's a record for us. So I get what you're going for, but the point is this: I think one of the biggest weaknesses of the liberals is the fact that conservatives define who the liberals are, what their talking points are, they reframe it all, and then they say the liberals think this, when the liberals have not thought this, and they spread it all over the place. They own the landscape of, describing and defining who and what the liberals are. There weren't a whole bunch of people demanding a primary 107 days before the election. That is something that a bunch of, coonish mofos with talking points came into our spaces and claimed.
Is it
There's
really?
no true evidence to that.
Is it
And
really?
even if it was true, how dumb could you be when you have 107 days until election to take time to now introduce new people who some people will fall in love with and host a primary? I mean, it's just stupid on its face, and it just really annoys the heck out of me to hear that thrown up over and over again. Do you think that the Republicans give a damn about traditions and political mores and all of that shit?
You don't want to do it, but you gave me a TED talk. You can't do this. We gotta both agree not to do it.
Look, I ain't talking to you, Artie. Nobody's here for you, Artie. I'm just saying what I think.
Okay.
I'm the leader of this group. I'm the singer. I got runs.
What the fuck is going on?
I go up, down. I got range.
All right. Is it hard to say that Biden just should have set it out, and maybe that was the problem?
They
Like,
should have
he should not have ran. He said that he was only going for one term. That's what he should have did. I mean, if we want to, he fucked it up. If there's a blame, it has to be on him. Like, why is this hard to say?
And that bitch Karen Jill. I just want to put that out there.
I don't like. Can you not?
It is what it is.
That word. What the fuck?
I got it off my chest. It felt better. I feel much better having said it. I know Jill did this shit to us. I know Jill.
Did you get the advantage off your chest too?
She took advantage of that decrepit man in his moment of decline.
Next.
And went for
Did
power.
You guys
Did
you guys hear what Laura Loomer, I think her name is, said about Jasmine Crockett?
Yes.
Now that is a bitch.
Okay.
That chiseled jawed. She looks like a bad guy out of fucking James Bond. What's the one with the metal teeth in James Bond? What's that motherfucker's name?
No, ma'am, I didn't hear it, ma'am.
I'm a call.
She said she called her ghetto ass.
Okay, I can play it if you want. There's a lot of chaos going on in this room.
It's on Twitter.
It's been going on for the last 72 hours.
Fucking wall.
Very, I don't know. You put the letter in.
It's inexcusable violence, and it just looks like she wants to be one of these. Or when I say she, I'm talking about Jasmine Crockett. She wants to be like this. I don't know, like this caricature, right? Like this ghetto boosang, like, hey, look at me, I'm some gangsta black bitch, and a cap in yo ass, and we're gonna fight the white man and the patriarchy, and I'm about to go get my hair did, and look at my nails. Like, she just talks like filth. She just doesn't know how to speak proper English. And I know that she actually does know how to speak proper English, because there are people who have actually done side-by-side videos of when she ran for Congress originally, and she was like, yes, hi, my name is Jasmine Crockett. I grew up Catholic, and I grew up in a black family, and she's like talking like normal, trying to speak like a normal person as opposed to speaking Ebonics, and like this, look at it.
This is where we at.
It's important to psychoanalyze this, though. When Republicans talk like this, they're literally telling you they're intimidated by black AAP, by black voices. Like, they know if you speak white, if you sound better, you're less dangerous. And the blacker you sound, the more dangerous and the harder it is for them to deal with you. And so the argument is to remove her blackness, because they're literally getting cooked by her on the mic.
That's such an absurd. I'm sorry. What a ridiculous analysis.
It's not a ridiculous analysis. Being black helps. It's culturally valuable. Sounding black is
the idea that Laura Loomer would be intimidated by the presentation of blackness.
She is.
So after she mentioned that, then she went on Twitter.
Got a black voice like that.
Can y'all hear me?
I could get my Crockett up.
I'm sorry. I don't know why you hating on yourself. You know you got it in there.
Come on, Doctor. Oh, you have to move him down. You have to. All right. So after that came out, she went on Twitter and she said, It hurts my heart that we have ghetto black bitches who hate America since serving in Congress. The next tweet was, ghetto, I guess I finna watch my back. God forbid Shaniqua pops a cap in my ass. You feel me? Question mark.
You know, Mel, I have a question.
It's way more than that.
Well, where are we? Y'all.
Oh, you have one tweet, I just have those two.
Yeah, I have a question.
It was way
Now,
more.
we're saying it's because it's blackness, right? But my question is, you know, this kind of openly racist attack, it seems to me that it's only, they're only capable of doing this with black women. So I want someone to just correct me if I'm wrong. Would she have gotten away with this if she was talking about a black politician?
No.
Okay, now why not? Thank you.
Why wouldn't she say this about a black male politician?
Oh, I didn't ask about why. I'm just saying because I'm hearing this kind of openly, proudly racist attack. Black bitch, this, that, and the third. I'm hearing it over and over again with black women who are standing up for democracy. And I'm not hearing a groundswell of pushback from anybody, to be quite honest. But I want to know, would this fly if it was done against a black male politician or advocate for the liberals?
Of course it would. You think racism?
Because black men are something here. We're getting on to something.
No, we're not. You ain't gonna say anything. What are you saying?
Yeah, they call that one dude Apex Shakur. Like, racism is back. It's just in vogue.
Yeah, it's that Laura Loomer is racist to everybody.
I like what Dr. Particular.
Got it.
I like what Dr. Particular said in the chat. She wouldn't have gotten away with offending a black man because a black woman would have come to his aid.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Y'all turned
She could say it because she probably black men saying it as well.
Y'all are
Got away with saying it because she probably heard black maggots saying it too.
That too, Deborah. That's also true.
This is insane. Y'all are turning a white woman's racist statement against a black woman into like a black man. That is what you just.
Breathe for a second and listen to what we're talking. Yeah, breathe for a second.
Black men are literally defending right now Jasmine Crockett. Black men are literally up and down social media.
That is black maggots. We're talking about her in this very room. Yes, about her eyelashes and how ghetto she was in this room.
How many of us here are MAGAs? You just said black men. You didn't say black MAGAs. They said black men who was doing it.
I said black maggots because you running your mouth so you can't hear it. Because you just talk.
I'm not arguing with you.
I said black maggots. I said black men. I said maggots.
Understand how important it is to get off the next to Laura Loomer and talk about black men. Y'all see how silly that shit is?
That's a silly story.
Y'all, this is embarrassing. It really is.
MJ, this is not about black men. Okay, because there are
particular made it about black men, and they all started to comment like it was wicked.
Jesus, I am asking you all to see the dynamic that it is okay to be open season in the most vile, racist way against black women who are speaking up for democracy. That is what I'm saying. So if you're feeling hit, that's on you. What I'm saying is,
just a minute. Protect them. Protect y'all.
You know, if you could just chill for a second and allow me to finish a sentence, then maybe you wouldn't have to be so defensive. What I'm saying is, if this kind of thing was said against Cory Booker or something like that, public, national TV show or whatever, I personally believe, and I could be wrong, that even white people would stand up for against this in a groundswell that could not be taken.
Amazing.
I believe this. And okay, so prove me wrong. Go ahead, MJ.
It's just ridiculous to think that black men listen to this and are not entirely disgusted. The first person I saw repost this thing online on my IG feed, which is basically when it first dropped, was fucking DL Hughley. And he's fucking furious. Like, there's so many. I don't know if you don't see the black men because you don't follow the black men, or you don't care to see what their opinions are. But it's disgusting to us. What are you saying? I don't understand where you're coming from with this shit. I really don't.
Listening, because I didn't say black men are the only people involved. What I said was the taste, or I should say the distaste for this kind of behavior against black female advocates for democracy. Please listen to what I'm saying. It is not as high as with any other demographic in the United States, in my humble opinion. I didn't say that black men ain't shit. What I said is the groundswell would be different if it was any other demographic doing this. If Pete Buttigieg was attacked according to his sexuality in using gay slurs and all that shit, and I'm not just talking about some rando on the internet, I'm talking about on news medias and all this kind of stuff, this would be different. I don't see people getting the Jasmine Crockett treatment, including black male politicians. I don't see it. I'm done.
I do agree with Sister that there is a particularly nasty ire directed towards black women electeds. That black women electeds, they now represent in the racist imagination, like all of the failures of the welfare state and the DEI regime and failed democratic party politics and cultural Marxism. I agree.
I happen to think that there's a difference in mindset between a black man and a black MAGA male. And I know specifically that I heard black MAGAs calling her ghetto.
Rabbanu Shalom.
Anthony.
I have a room open right now called Black Americans, Liberals, and Democrats. And we're listening to black women talk shit about black maggots.
Not black men.
Wow. They're in the Matrix, though. You want me to start your room out with 60 seconds of Tanya?
I mean, there are
Pick a number 1 through 50.
But we don't really have to. I mean,
7?
It doesn't have to be a horrible off. I think it was just a.
Okay, this is your number 7 from the Alter Rebbe. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. This is called using the body for good. Physical desire is necessarily selfish, seeing the body as an end in itself, rather than a means of divine service. Yet even physical desire contains a spark of holiness. And because this is so, physical desire, while rarely self-transcending, can sometimes be steeped in compassion and goodness. For example, eating a meal of fat beef and spiced wine is a neutral act, but if done to make your mind more receptive to the teachings of Torah or to honor the Sabbath and festivals, your intention to serve God elevates the act and all involved in it, in its service to God, because everything is a part of God. Everything can be used in the service of godliness. The Talmudic sage Rava claimed that drinking wine made him more receptive to discovering the inner meanings of Torah.
Love it. Thank you, John.
Oh, wait, it's not finished. The same can be said of humor. If a joke is told to sharpen the mind and to uplift the heart, it is in service to God. This is what is meant when we say an action is permitted. It is permitted because it releases the self from the bonds of selfishness. Rava was said to punctuate his Torah lessons with humor. Mutar, permitted or released, a rabbinic category of permitted actions, because mutar means both permitted and released. The Alter Rebbe sees the second meaning as the rationale behind the first. Permitted, released. The in-betweener is not an ascetic. The pleasures of the body are not denied to you. On the contrary, they are there for you to hollow. For example, if eating and drinking, their full potential is not realized. When you eat and drink to sustain your life so that you can be of service to God and others, then the act of eating and drinking is hallowed. This is why permitted actions are called mutar, those deeds that release the self into the greater reality of God and godliness. They are not simply permitted, but have the potential to unchain you from the constrictive illusion that you and the world you inhabit are separated from God and the universe as a whole.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Did you really call the FBI?
Who was that? He's just a white man on Instagram. Nick, I think that's Nick Fuentes. Is it Nick Fuentes? No. Okay. No.
You can get angry at me if you want. You can pretend.
Yeah, he does have some YouTube. He has a YouTube. I'll put the link in the chat.
He's definitely the business.
I mean, it can be both, right?
That she's both a grifter and a grieving widow.
Yeah, I mean, Erica, there's something about that kind of evangelicalism that is very familiar to me. There is a performance aspect of it. And so the way that, because, Erica is crazy conservative. She has multiple degrees from Liberty University. I think that she believes in her mind that this performance of carrying on and running with the torch, right, and not letting Charlie's work die, that's a part of the work that God has called her to do. But there's something inherently exploitative in that, right? It's inherently opportunistic. I don't think that she can separate the exploitation and the grifting from the grieving.
Opportunistic for the Lord.
I mean, that's a lot of evangelicalism, I'm not gonna lie. Especially the white evangelicals.
So I have some confirmed, well-documented connections. Erica Kirk, before her role in Turning Point USA, competed in Miss Arizona USA in 2012, then went on to compete in Miss USA. At the time, Miss USA was part of the Miss Universe organization, which Donald Trump co-owned. This is often cited as one of her earliest connections to the organizations Trump was involved in. Just want to throw that out.
But that is a plus for her base, though. And so, even though what you're saying is true, and you know how, that looks to people who have sense, the MAGAs actually think that makes her qualified in some way to lead. I know what I'm saying sounds crazy, but I've heard them say this quite a few times over the course of this past week. If you really think about it, look at well, let's just put it this way, a good number of the people who are being installed as leaders really were like reality TV people. These were people who were in news. They are people who were in social media. These are people who are very good at reading from a script and saying what they have to say. And so I personally believe that they are there to just be elocutors, not governors in any sense. They are there to be told what to say and to say it in an effective manner. And she would be very good at that. And so even though we know that she, what she is and how she is, we have to remember what her task is going to be. So instead of fighting what she says, we should discredit the liar. And what do I mean by that? We need to start using their own sexism against her. And I know that's dirty, and I know that's against a whole lot of people's morals, but they have no problem doing the same in different ways to the left. So if women are supposed to be in the home, if they're supposed to be submissive, if they're not supposed to lead men, then we need to be bringing that up to their base who actually believes that shit. But if we treat her with the respect and dignity that pretty much everybody deserves, I hate to say it, but, we're just going to end up, having a new Corazon Aquino for the fascists in the USA. She's going to put on that black veil of mourning, wrap it around our faces, and choke us with it if we don't actually take the gloves off and go after that woman. I'm just...
Okay. I'm just gonna co-sign. That's all, because I don't fucking like these people. These white fake Christian evangelicals are the biggest threat to every marginalized population in America and the entire world. Full stop. That's it. They are violent, destructive, they're liars, they're anti-democracy, they're fascist, authoritarians, every single one of them. And I suppose a few are good people.
Yeah, they'll settle for nothing less than domination, and that's their worldview and their most deeply held belief, right? Is that Christ should be the head of everything, and that anything that is not under the dominion of Christ, as they define him, is, Babylon, is evil, is wicked, and that it's God's will that he should rule over everything. And that's why they're here on earth, is to make sure that happens. Like, I like what Ron Howard said. He said, I'm not against prayer in school, and anyone is free to pray in school anytime they like. I'm against compulsory prayer. It's not just that they want to pray a particular way. They want to force everyone else to do it. So there's no compromising with them, and that doesn't come from us. That comes from their side, right? What bond can lightness have with dark? That's their belief system.
I just came up
with hashtag Crusades.
I just came up here because I got to get back to work real quick, but I did want to ask, did you guys happen to cover the Joy Reid podcast where she talked about these people in Deathly? And the fact that they're just miserable people that just don't like each other. They won the House, they won the Senate, they won the lower house. They're winning these bills where they're literally just picking people up and deporting them. And they're still majorly unhappy. I mean, to the gross point, like you guys had Matt Coolin here, and it's funny because I called this shit out several times. These people don't like each other. They want to come to the cookout, and they can't because they want them to force them, to your point, Malik, they want to force their Christian beliefs down our fucking throat. But at the end of the day, because we don't accept it, they're unhappy. I remember when after Trump got booted out of the White House the first time, there was a report by the New York Post, right? Or it was an article where they're talking about MAGA couldn't get a date because they're not getting laid. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen that shit before. You have to hide. They had to create their own little dating app so they can date each other. MAGA is not about. They want to force their thing, but they want to come to the cookout. But then at the same time, they can't. And we got what? You guys played Laura Loomer. Like, let's be very clear here about a woman who performed sexual acts in front of children at a children's goddamn fucking theater hall. These people aren't serious. These aren't serious people. Sister, you brought up the fact that all these people are just crisis actors, and that's it. They're there just, you're at 100%. They're there just to put up a role. Don't believe me? Look at the Kash Patel interview. That shit was a joke. This man had no idea. He didn't even know what day it was. He used a private jet to go fly to a fucking game, and then it's like, oh, the people gave it to me. You know, you look stupid as fuck, and you look likely confused. But other than that, yeah, love the room. Hey, guys.
Okay, I have another video to play. Again. Hi, my name is Lex. I'm a nurse. I want to provide a little bit of light as to what is about regarding Tylenol and autism. Today, RFK Jr. and Trump are set to announce that Tylenol causes autism. There is no science that actually proves this. That should shock nobody. They are also likely going to tell you that leucovorin, folinic acid, is the cure. Now, what you need to pay attention to is the fact that iHerb, a company owned by Dr. Oz, sells leucovorin. Okay? Dr. Oz is also now the head of the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, the CMS. All the corruption, this is the argument to make all over again. Leucovorin is folinic acid. It's a form of folate, that's why words are similar. And unlike folate, folinic acid has a really easy time crossing the blood-brain barrier, meaning going from the bloodstream and into the brain. Now, is there science linking leucovorin and autism? Kind of. Generally speaking, people will cite one of 4 randomized control trials, all of which had varying levels of effectiveness. They had different outcomes, and they had completely different ways of measuring those outcomes. In one case, efficacy was completely reliant on one specific genetic variant in the participant. Needless to say, the science is inconclusive and way more studies need to be done. And it is definitely not definitive enough for the president to be peddling his buddy's supplement company, because that's what's happening.
Is it just me, or does she got crazier eyes than Kash Patel? Something smell mad fishy.
I'm still over here pissed off about what that bitch said about Jasmine Crockett. Like, that shit got me tight. I don't know about nobody else, but it's like,
Look you, Brooklyn. Were you done, Brooklyn?
Yes, I'm done because I'm so angry right now.
Yeah, because it wasn't that long ago when a whole lot of people who call themselves liberal were calling for Jasmine Cross's head for the Hot Wheels comment. You remember that? Where are those people?
Yeah. I will need probably 2, I'm guessing.
Can I make a recommendation for everybody? I made this recommendation before we got started with the election. Races are outside now. We saw what happened with Charlottesville on Donald Trump's first go round, and just the amount of racially motivated crimes. There was a black man that was hung in New York this past week off an overpass or whatever, another like suicide or whatever. Like, sound like to say that I would ask you, because y'all are grown, but I would ask you to watch how you react and watch your own health, how you react to it. Laura Loomer's comments are made to be incendiary. They're made to get Brooklyn just like she's got. They're made to get you shook. They're made to get you outside. They're made to get you go beat a white woman's ass or whatever. And they're made to put your ass in jail. So please, like, just understand that, like, it's the whole thing about, like, the sticks and stones thing where we little, like, this shit is just words. So you need to, like, really, everybody needs to try to get to that, because they're gonna do more. We're just getting started with this shit. Like, so just, I'm saying, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. Just understand that.
Angry though. Like, I could be angry about something that somebody said that's, you know what I'm saying? I don't.
You're right, brother. You're right. I'm not saying that you can't, but like sister just came on here earlier. I got a daughter that deals with migraine. Like, when you let yourself get stressed and get your blood pressure up and all this stuff over stuff, they want you to be fucked up. They want you to like to not be.
It's literally hard to have a woosah moment in this fucking administration. Like, you have pockets of happiness, but at the end of the day, when reality hits you for real, like, it's stressful. This shit it's stressful. I don't know if it's meant to be this way or whatever the case may be, but the only way for you to not be stressed out about it is to not think about it, and it's hard to not think about it when it's in your fucking face. Like, I literally turn myself away from everything and go silent for me to be in peace all the time.
Exactly, that's exactly what you need to do. You need to unplug sometime, like you don't need to unplug all that. And I'm just saying, do what you want, you're grown, but I'm just saying, if you're trying to like watch your health, definitely got to unplug from Clubhouse, you got to stay off social media. Like, don't watch this shit, because it literally, think about it, this motherfucker's only been in office for like 8 months now or whatever. Like, and it's been like every damn day, like, this is something different. This has felt like 2 years, and it's literally, and they're just getting warm, because like they say, after they get done with Project 2025, when somebody throws some percentage that they're through with that, then they're going to this Esther Project shit or whatever. It's like, I'm just saying, we're just getting started. So this shit with, like, now they've had the Charlie Kirk thing. They have their martyr for free speech, that if anybody thinks that dude that they got the picture of that, like, killed him at the fall tournament, if anybody thinks that's the murder, then, you know, I mean, I got, like, you know, a bridge in motherfucking, I don't know, fucking Pecoya to say. You understand? That's just some bullshit. The man, his father got $1 million for turning him in, so he got the reward money. That's some bullshit. People have talked about the breakdown of the rifle. We all saw the person running across the roof. There was no rifle to be seen. Then they find this perfectly like wrapped rifle in the woods, and they find some Jane Austen written text or whatever about the love of his life and this. I mean, this is just the way America works. This shit is casual damage. Charlie Kirk has been made a martyr. They got their martyr now. Look at this Horst Wessel dude that they talk about in the Nazi era. This is just, it's what it is. Erica Kirk is just a shit. And with this shit with Tylenol and autism, I know it's fucking a million things, and I apologize. Follow the money. Trump doesn't do anything unless there's a check attached to the end of it. Something to enrich his family or his name. He doesn't give a shit about people at all. I think we all know that. But when people talk about like, oh, they're coming up with this thing on autism and like this, yeah, duh, he wouldn't have done it if it wasn't a check for him. He literally would have just let people die and be autistic or do what the fuck ever he wants to. He doesn't do anything unless it's something that's enriching. Just
the nations rally behind that nation and to defend it against the aggressor. So this would pull the United States. It has nothing to do with funding and 2%. That's a whole different discussion. So I just want to make sure. So when I said that Donald Trump said it, y'all quickly agreed. But now, if you know the ramifications would be a ground war, you're hesitant. Do y'all disagree with everything what Trump said without thinking?
So MAGA. I mean, so go. Just because. So when it comes to NATO, we commit some of our our men and women to that organization. True, but they still. Listen,
what do you mean to the organization?
For example, Poland just Russian drones, but that was Poland doing that. America didn't shoot down those Russian drones. Poland did it. Now, if Russia would have responded, and then there's a flat-out war between Poland and Russia, yes, then we will back them up as allies, whether it's shipping weapons to them, giving them counseling, giving them training, all of that stuff. But that doesn't always mean we have to commit troops to a ground war with Russia. Support comes in all different types of shapes and forms. It don't always mean committing troops.
So, well, actually, you just said you didn't know what Article 5 was, and now you're telling me what's in Article 5.
Well, you said earlier that Article 5 says if you attack one, you attack all. But we could support.
So you would risk a larger war, whether we go in it with men to begin, say like World War II, a larger European war. You would if Romania shot the plane down.
Bro, if there's a justification for us getting involved in the war, so be it.
Okay. I thought you liked. I'm sorry. I thought you liked Trump DJ Fridays because he would not get us into war. Am I mistaken?
Yes, he's not the warmonger like the last gang of Republicans have been. Of course not. Right. He's not a neocon. He's not a globalist.
Changed it to the Department of War.
He changed it back to the Department.
He wants to fancy himself as a tough guy, war type of guy.
Been the Department of Defense past since you know anything. But wait. How long has it been the Department of Defense? No, because you just said he changed it to the Department of War. That was always the name of it.
But that's irrelevant to the point that he.
Well, why'd you bring it up then if it's irrelevant? You just said that.
No, hold on.
You just said he changed it to the Department of War, and it's always the name of it. They changed it to the Department of Defense because it was more of a PR stunt when they did that. I can even tell you the person who recommended doing it.
You're repeating yourself. I don't care.
So don't bring it up then. See, you like to bring up shit that you don't know nothing about, and when people push back, try to act like, what are you talking about? I don't care about that. I don't. But you the one who brought it up. This is your third time on this stage bringing up something.
Hey, to be fair, the password, Trump has changed. Go ahead, password.
Rob, please don't.
Go ahead.
That's Fridays. Missing something. Elephant-sized problem here with your comprehension. I'm not saying I don't care about the Department of War thing. What I'm saying I don't care about is the fact that the length of time that it was called the Department of Defense or whatever.
For years. Porsche is an amazing car.
Amazing. Difficult for you to track and follow. Is it you're saying really that like of a war-loving president, not like the other ones. He literally changed the Defense Department to the Department of War. He literally had videos where he's like mocking and talking like violently attacking other nations. And like being like fun and cool and like American like action movie about it. That's the point. I'm not talking I wasn't saying the thing that I brought up is irrelevant.
So why did you bring it up then?
This slow.
I wanna pick your brain. Why did you bring that up? Why did you bring that up?
Just explained it, dog. What I'm saying to you is that you said 2 + 2 = 4. First of all, we can agree on that.
What does math have to do with what we're talking about?
Okay, never mind. We can't agree on that. Never mind. So what I'm saying.
Wait. Let's unpack this. Wait. Why did you just bring into a math equation into this argument?
Yeah, I'm being. It's called being facetious, bro. It's not something to unpack.
But why do you need to do that? Like, do you think that helps you win your argument?
No, I don't.
How often do you beat your girlfriend?
Yeah, that's a thing that has never happened in my life. Are you ready to get back to it?
Oh, you never had a girlfriend?
Huh? No, that's not what those words mean. Words seem to be really difficult for you. Can I just finish what I'm saying, please?
Wait, actually define what a word actually is.
Can I finish what I'm saying? No, I won't do that.
What year, what decade, what century did the word get invented?
Yeah, so I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to do is answer the first thing that you had. Severely stupid person. So yeah, I brought up the Department of War because you were positing him as being somebody that is not a warmongering monster. That's why I brought that up.
Well, the Department of War could be a deterrent. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're about
But it's
war.
not, though.
That could be a deterrent.
But it's not, though. So
You know how, like,
anything. You get
like for example,
it's like a program to.
you know why Trump is sending illegals to countries over in Africa and all around the world?
It's to scare the other illegals.
He's doing that as a deterrent to deter other illegals from coming to the country, and it's actually working.
That's why the debt prices are going
up. Hey, so Paz, no, I was just fuck with you, Paz, but for real, Paz, you gotta understand about some style of leadership. You know, America has stick power. I'm not talking about places like France. They're more diplomatic, right? So when you're in a nation with stick power, what happens is they will posture these sticks as a deterrent. So he's pretty much letting the world know that if y'all want to go to war, we'll take you to war. And I'm going to name this department the War Department to let you know that we're war ready. Because sometimes that posturing can be a very big deterrent to actually going to war. With nukes all the time, don't no country want to use nukes. They posture these nukes. They posture these nukes to let the other country with nukes let them know that if you nuke us, we're gonna nuke you 10 times.
What?
Yeah, we'll blow the fucking world up, but so be it. You started it.
First of all, that's very, very fucking stupid. Second of all, he's talking about using the Department of War like against like immigrants. Like he's like, we're gonna show them why it's called, the Department of War.
So he did that for immigrants?
So he's a piece of shit monster. He's a warmongering person.
So he changed
what immigrants?
What immigrants did he change the Defense Department to the Department of War for immigrants?
What immigrants did he change it against?
That's not what I said.
You literally just said that.
No, I did not literally.
Maybe I misheard you.
Words are so difficult for you. Yes.
What did you say? Maybe I misheard you.
What I'm referring to is like what I think is a tweet or something like that. One of them videos that you put on social media that came from like the White House. It said something along the lines of, "We'll show them why we changed it to the Department of War." I'm slipping my mind slightly, but that
shut up for a second.
Shut the fuck up for a second. It completely negates your concept of him being this anti-war person. That's what I'm talking about. Like the whole point.
He could have said they changed the War Department or the War Department for the immigrants.
No, that is not what I fucking said. That is absolutely not what I said. Why are words so difficult for you? They're extremely difficult. Very basic concept. I speak so precisely, and I pick my words very carefully. I absolutely did not say what you just said. I didn't even say something that was even close to that. I hope the replays is on so that niggas can see that that's absolutely not what I said. It is just speaking to a severe lack of comprehension on your on your side. It's not what I said.
So what did you say?
I did not say that he changed the Department of Defense for immigrants. I never said that. What I said, and I'm referring to some kind of social media post, and I'm even saying that the exact details of it are slipping my mind right now, but I'm quite certain that there is some social media where the White House posted something, and I think that they're even talking about immigrants, and he said they'll see why it's called the Department of War. That doesn't mean that they changed it to the Department of War for immigrants. It just means that they are going to enact war-like tactics on illegal immigrants and people that support them. How is this so confusing for you? It's really easy to see how people like y'all ended up thinking that Trump was the better option because there's just a severe lack of critical thinking. That's why you niggas seen Kamala Harris and Trump, and somehow, and I hate Kamala Harris, I'm not a fan of her. She very obviously was the better option. It's insane to think otherwise. You have to be a severely, unbelievably stupid or evil person to think otherwise.
Why do you hate Kamala Harris?
This shows it. Because I'm from Oakland, California, and I have had a lot of familiarity with her, and I do not like how friendly she has been with like SFPD, with Oakland PD, her refusal to hold police officers accountable. It's actually not any of the shit that people talk about in the media, because I know that those things are more nuanced, like the whole thing about like cannabis and things like that. She actually has done some progressive things in that department that a lot of people don't talk about. Like she actually did spearhead a program that was dedicated to rehabilitation and helping people who had been arrested for cannabis crimes and things like that. It's not that. It's actually her refusal to hold police accountable for things that happen out here in the Bay Area. There were egregious cases of racial profiling, of harassment, of police brutality that was targeted, people that were murdered, people that were beaten, and her refusal to hold them accountable because she was very like close and friendly with like they call her the top cop. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the truth. So yeah, there's plenty of reasons I don't fuck with her. I don't fuck with her stance on Gaza. I don't fuck with a lot of things about her. But if I don't fuck with her for her stance on Gaza, then I'm absolutely not fucking with the dude who is like sucking Netanyahu's dick, who literally is talking about flattening Gaza and like moving out of the. He's literally talking about ethnic cleansing. So yeah, I that's the thing about like presidents and leadership is it actually is unfortunately the lesser of two evils. And if anybody on this planet thought that Trump was the lesser of two evils, they're either an evil person who does not care about humanity, or they're a severely stupid person who was gullible enough to actually believe the things that Trump said.
Well, it was only like 80 million Americans, so it wasn't that many. It was really 90 million.
Yeah, and there's a huge problem with education in this country. Would you agree? You agree that there's a huge problem with education in this country, right?
Yeah, 10 other million for the Democrats didn't come out, so actually 90 million people agreed with Donald Trump on that. So I don't know. Stupid math. They say the numbers don't lie.
What does that have to do with what I said?
They say the numbers don't lie.
Numbers have context. What does that have to do with what I just said, though? How does that relate to what I said?
They're not going to be able to refute nothing you said, Password. They're not going to be able to refute nothing you said, because everything he said is on par with what happened in the election. Even his honesty about his views on Kamala Harris. Like, he could have came out and said that he loved Kamala. Nah, his views was honest on that, but he understood that, hey, in a cycle like this is what we're getting. Unfortunately, hey, I'm not sure what you guys' political views were prior to 2016, but we know MAGA didn't exist. So I'm going to believe that the propaganda wave of MAGA really worked on you guys. That's all I can assume. Like a lot of black conservatives on this app claim that they were Democrats at one point and then say that the Democratic Party left them type shit. And I'm starting not to believe that. I'm starting to believe that these were politically ignorant people from the beginning. And once somebody like Trump came around who could spew some of the rhetoric that they could get behind, like it's somebody in the chat that said Trump is running America in a masculine way. Like, what the fuck do that mean?
That means a lot. And if you don't understand that, what does that mean?
What does that mean?
You don't understand that.
I understand what masculinity is. I understand what masculinity means, but he's not doing a good job.
He's not running America like a beta male.
So what the fuck does that mean?
Like, if you look at Joe Biden,
he's a cuck to Russia.
Absolutely,
he's a cuck to Israel.
Like a beta male, though.
He's a cuck to Russia.
He absolutely is running the country like a beta male. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's a cuck to Russia. He's a cuck to Israel.
Hold on, Rob. He's bending over for everybody, bro. You over here sucking on Netanyahu's dick, bro.
Hold on, hey Rob, but seriously, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
President that we ever had.
Hold on, but Rob, wait, Rob, Rob. During the campaign, right? During Harris and Biden's campaign, I swear to God, bruh. Well, Harris's campaign, I swear to God, bruh. Every male that spoke at her rallies, every male that showed up for her was a gay male, bro. Literally, every last one of them, bro.
That's just not true.
I'm gonna tell you this.
What? And then what? That's because y'all support it, man. Y'all support that shit.
Well, what's the?
It ain't got nothing to do with me supporting. It ain't got nothing to do with me supporting what two people do in their bed. I don't give a fuck what two people do in their bed. I'm supporting certain policy that affects people like me. That's what I'm supporting. It ain't got nothing to do with supporting the LGBT community.
What up,
and for the record, I ain't got no issue with them. They deserve human rights.
No, of course.
I ain't tripping about that. You feel me? But the fact that y'all, here's the thing. Let me say this real quick. Kamala pivoted. This is the crazy thing. Kamala pivoted from the trans conversation. There's an interview that went out in like maybe June, May of 2024 where they asked her about that, and she politicianed the question. Man, it was the Republicans running the motherfucking me ads on Sunday football, making y'all believe that motherfucking transgender, who 1% of the population, who the bulk of us don't even motherfucking see, are somehow about to have our kids, like taking our kids out the bathroom. I'm a father of two girls.
And that's a whole nother issue. The fact that that's such a small percentage of the population, but yet seem like they had the largest voice in when it comes to
what voice did they have?
Bro,
that's kind of like
what did they have?
That's kind of like you don't represent a lot of black men, but you yell the loudest.
Because
what did they have?
You cannot ignore the fact that for the last 8 years, from TV, everything revolves around that community, bro.
That's not true.
And when it came to the
for you, it does, but not in general.
The Democrats, bro, when it came to the Democrats, you would thought that was just literally the LGBT party.
No, that's your perception of it, and that's the problem. That's your perception of it, and you can't understand anything beyond that. That's the problem. No, I'm not going to listen because you've been talking. So this is a dialogue as I understood it. So your perception of the party is that, and that's fundamentally your problem. That's fundamentally Notorious's problem, and a number of other of you minority Negroes who think that that's the basis of the Democratic Party. That's the problem.
With a landslide. Trump said Kamala Harris is for them, they, I'm for you.
That's just good marketing, which is fine. That's good marketing, but that works on people without an education like you. But that doesn't work on smart people.
You got landslided by a old 70-year plus.
That is true.
Alleged white racist.
I don't know about landslide.
You got landslided, bro.
But you also got landslided. The difference is you don't know. You're involved in that number too, but that's beside the point. But she did lose. We have to acknowledge that. But the bottom line is you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to your perception of the Democratic Party, because that's where you're that's with how you've been influenced. And it's very easy. That was the purpose of it. You fell for the banana in the tailpipe. That's exactly how it's supposed to work. It influences people who can't think for themselves. You are in that number.
You fell on the banana. Listen.
Okay, but I mean that's not even funny and stupid. But I mean I'm just saying the point of that marketing was, and we have to admit it was accurate. I mean it was useful. It was actually useful that what they intended for.
Back to this country, we bring in masculinity in every factor back to this country.
How does that manifest itself, Fridays? Can you show me?
Quinn, you could no longer let.
No, I'm asking you a question in earnest. What does bringing masculinity back to America look like?
You can no longer
look like excellence.
For the
nigga, do you think you're masculine, Friday?
There's no more training reading hour with our kids.
That's not true.
Masculine to be a fat.
That's not true.
We ain't doing none of that lascivious legislation that y'all love. Listen, y'all would no longer be grooming our. We're shutting down pedophilic rings and all of that. All that sick shit that y'all be on. All that national grooming that y'all been on for the last decade. We've had enough of that, bro.
If I was standing
and how do
you Friday,
trannies are not reading books to our kids anymore. We're not doing that no more, bro. We're not doing that no more.
Here's a clue, Fridays. That wasn't happening.
Y'all are not wasn't over our women's sport.
What is going on?
Bullshit no more.
That wasn't happening in abundance before.
In California, who just broke all the.
But where people wanted to happen, it's happening. That's the point.
Y'all,
I'm more
feminist.
That's the point.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I'm more feminist than most of y'all.
Will you stop talking?
I'm more feminist than a lot of y'all.
I agree with that. You're definitely more of a you're more feminine than most of them.
You're more feminine.
Sports.
You're more feminine. You have more fat on your body.
I want to protect women ages.
You have childbearing hips. You have childbearing hips. I mean, that doesn't make you a feminist.
Hey, listen. I want to protect. I
definitely got more estrogen.
Sports.
Yeah, man. It's like
There's no way a biological man he just broke all the women's records in California. Y'all
you said the man had ass, bro. What the fuck?
He was being facetious, bro.
No, hey, Armenians, this is how sick these people are, bro. And look, I swear to God,
sometimes I wonder if y'all really believe this or if you're actually just trolling. Like if you just, I really don't ever know.
I think it's a little bit of coming in.
It's gotta be, man. It's scary both ways.
I was about this the other day, bro. I understand why people in that.
You were thinking the other day? We gotta hear this.
I understand why people in y'all community hate Trump. I truly understand that. Like
in our community, what is our community, Friday?
Most of the smoke that Trump has had, as far as
gotcha. So you don't answer the question. What is our community? What is our community?
Your LGBT community. I understand why y'all hate
Who's
Trump.
LGBT? Neither past nor I are part of the LGBT. Nor I.
Hey, he has put a lot of pressure.
He never finished.
So I get it.
You get what?
I get why y'all got so much.
He
has a lot of smoke for y'all. I get.
How does according
to the Republican National Convention of Philadelphia, they shut down a goddamn gay website. All them folks.
Go do your research on that, Rob. Do your research. But I know you ain't gonna do it because you love it. You know what I'm saying? You love it.
What's the research?
Go do the research on it.
What's the research?
I guarantee you it's not what you think it is.
What's the research? I know that there's a lot of closet ass, gay ass white men.
Go ahead, go do the research.
Republicans like Lindsey Graham.
What he's going to tell you, Rob, is that there were some young white kids who intentionally tried to shut it down. That's the story that's been circulating. Notorious doesn't know any better.
Probably just fake in general. Probably just.
It's
not a fake story.
Not a
fake
story.
Post it in the chat. And let's take a look at it. Post it in the chat.
You posted it, Big Dog. You don't want to claim that you got the source. You don't want to claim you got the source.
And this is real coming from you because you don't support any of your arguments with any.
I think you guys are trying to convince yourself. You're not convincing me.
We're not trying to. There is no convincing people like you.
I don't have to convince myself. You people, ones who are obsessed with gay people, for y'all not to be punks. For y'all not to be punks. Y'all sure is worried about them all the motherfucking time.
We're worried about them a lot.
Y'all talk about trans people more than trans people.
They have a purpose.
Y'all niggas is punks.
We have a great motto for this country, and we're moving forward.
Our motto is multiple felon, multiple time felon. What has he been divorced 3 times? 3 different baby mamas.
How do
divorces?
Don't y'all support that?
Who is y'all? What is there? When has there ever been any legislation?
Prison reform. Why y'all got what y'all got to get?
Who was the prison reform bill written by? Every time we ask about legislation, nobody has a fucking thing to say. But about your feelings and about all these other things, yeah, you all got a lot to say.
It's good food.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but you can manage to say it when you ask the question, though. So I'm asking you.
I can speak what I want. This ain't.
I didn't say that you could not ask you a question, brother.
This ain't the Democrat.
You the one that made the comment. I'm asking you who wrote the bill.
And I'm going on mute.
Exactly.
Yeah,
because you don't know.
I don't give a fuck.
Exactly. So stop saying shit if you don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up, bitch.
Chill is Michael.
Man, they're not gonna be participating in the Olympics with our women. That, like, I'm reading the shit that they saying.
This motherfucker's crazy, bro.
That's true.
I remember one day, it was.
Looks like I got kicked. Well, then that's a success, and hope you're having a great day. This has been Kamala Harris, Laws and Justice with candidate John. Go to John for Congress. Sin.com. Text the campaign at 312-498-0517. Hope you're having a great day, Sin. This has been In the Mouth. Kamala Harris, Laws and Justice.
They're fighting because they're something that happened. If you live by the beach and your house is the land washed away, the beach washed away, who's gonna pay? My insurance company. What if they have insurance? Alright, who's gonna pay? You need insurance for if you're buying a home, you need insurance. Exactly. What I'm saying, you know what's beautiful about you guys? You guys have got so disrespectful. It's something that the government or the empire that comes underneath your feet is right. No empire of America. That is an empire. Yeah, it sounds like a joke now because you can't believe anything like that could ever happen. Did you ever think that you would die? Is that your problem? Yeah. I didn't. I thought you were forever because I don't know. God save the Queen! Was I the only one actually thinking that it's actually for life, right? I'm serious. When am I going to get the tip? I don't get it from my
Because again, those were minority things that only benefited everybody else but black people. So what he did, he restructured it so it only benefited black people.
Shout out Donald Trump.
Yeah, shout out Trump. He been taking away federal jobs from niggas like Clinton, man. That's why they down bad, bro. Y'all was wasting money. You niggas was wasting fucking money.
Yeah, Quinn still here? He gone?
Nah, he left when I dropped that truth bomb on him. He got to get out of here.
He cooked you real bad. Nah, he's still here. He cooked you. Yeah. Quinn, to answer your question, I wanted to have
to get some real moderators and they can move me to the bottom and then start talking to me. That's also fucking stupid. But yeah, go ahead, Notori.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say in one area, and this is not my opinion.
Shut up, stupid. Not you,
This is your guys' narrative, right? Your guys' narrative is that Donald Trump has basically put a firewall in the most important entity in America, which is the Supreme Court. These aren't just smart men who make good common sense decisions. No, it's conservative leaning. So hasn't Donald Trump been pretty effective on that in terms of getting what he wanted from the conservatives and changing the narrative in this country?
I would argue that Mitch McConnell was actually effective in doing that, and he actually
he would argue that Mitch McConnell was much more effective. The effectiveness of Mitch McConnell.
To the actual discussion. So what was your overall point? Your overarching point, if there was one?
I didn't really have a point. My
there we go. That's it. There we go.
My point was is that you guys were saying that there was an issue with policy as if Donald Trump is not being effective, right? And I'm telling you that I disagree with you that Donald Trump is being extremely effective. As I said, I used your own talking points. You guys said that 45% of Project 2025 was already done, and he's only been in office like 8 months. So
extremely effective.
Pretty damn good, right? Like, so I don't understand what you guys are saying when y'all saying how you say Donald Trump is dumb, he's this, he's that. Well, why the fuck is he being so effective? Extremely effective.
That's what winning looks like.
I mean, what can you say to this? I mean, there's no basis from which you can talk to people who don't have any common sense. I mean, if you think that's winning, what can I say?
It's winning for the people that voted for him. Why don't you understand? It's like y'all want Trump to do shit for people he didn't vote.
This is where your stupidity continues to persist.
he's not just governing the people that voted for him. I know that's the way that you view
I
politics.
get that.
But that's just not the way that. No, you don't get that. Because if the people that he's supposed to govern for the people of the United States, so if you're not governing and the country at large is not winning, then there's a small segment of the population who do manage to actually cheat in order to be able to do that. No, because you're interrupting me. So I'm gonna keep just talking. I can keep doing something. And I know better than you, and I actually know what I'm talking
down so I could get myself.
No. You can just stop fucking talking and have an exchange.
This is loser.
That's what losers do when they conversation. They try to move people away from the conversations that are having. No.
Yo, listen, this is all I'm saying, Quinn.
No, I'm not going to listen to you until you actually answer questions. So I'm not going to listen.
I'm talking to the room, man. I'm talking to the room. I'm talking to Notorious. And Notorious, here's the thing. Here's the real hit. He made campaigns. He had a campaign mission. He stated these campaign missions. The majority of Americans voted for these campaign missions that he made.
Is that who? No.
No, I don't know who that is.
You just called
Hey guys, it's Gooch, my new account.
Oh my god, I hate you.
You're still spying like a little.
This bag is John. Yeah, John Kitover.
He
was probably recording us. Oh, he's probably here on Anon.
Yeah, shout out to Darren LaHood. Everyone vote Darren LaHood for Congress. John Kitover is an unstable psycho.
Yeah, John Kitover, aka admits the psych ward. With the damn psych ward, man.
I'm actually.
I don't want to see any of the rest of my. I'm ready for my birth certificate to be doxed now.
On YouTube.
I'm ready for my birth certificate to be doxed. I'm ready for my son's birth certificate to be doxed. Come on, do it all.
Keep the title. Vote Darren LaHood for Congress, District 6 in Chicago, Illinois. And, you know, John Kitover he can't even get enough signatures for the ballot. The guy paid people to go collect signatures. He doesn't have the balls to go door to door and collect shit himself. He doesn't want to put in the work. He'll never be. He'll never be in Congress. What's his name? John Kitover.
Yeah, a faggot named John Kitover.
You know the one that goes naked on YouTube?
Oh my god.
Oh, he goes naked. Oh, I knew you was a faggot.
Yeah, I have pictures on my other phone. Hold on, I should charge it and send it to you guys. I have naked photos of him on YouTube.
Oh god.
Wait. See, this is how you know YouTube is a bitch, man.
No, naked. Naked as in ammo. That's why I took a screenshot. It's good.
Look, but see, YouTube. Wait, so is he actually naked?
No, just shirtless, bro.
No, bro, he's down to his boxers, bro. Like he's naked.
Yeah, that is shirtless.
Wow, so
he ain't got no pants on. And you see everything.
Wow, YouTube.
I got another one. He's like wearing like a men's underwear, like men's panty.
If you're like me, you can take pictures in the shower and people are gonna, distribute them. But if you're like John, you don't want that shit on your phone.
John,
I have your pictures too. I'm not gonna lie.
I was impressed, Prince. I was impressed.
Who said that? Friends, don't be bragging about your sins. Be modest, man. Come on. Who's impressed?
Can't nobody on this motherfucker say they got any naked pictures of me. I'm so proud.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I know for a fact. I don't send nudes out.
I already seen it.
That's a lie.
Oh, you heard that, didn't you? Friends, come on, man. Respect the Muslim sisters on stage, bro. All right. Be modest. Why didn't you tell Wednesday
when she said she was in.
Because you're the ones, trying to entice people to do haram, bro, and I don't like that. I'm coming straight to the source.
I agree. I'm not the source. She's impressed, bro.
What? Yeah, wait. I was minding my own little business. This is what happened, right? I was minding my own little business on the panel. Just right? All of a sudden, I see a naked body right there. I'm like, whose body is this? And then it was Prince. I was like, oh, okay, not bad. See? How was I to lower my gaze when I was staring at my phone?
It's crazy. She had her gaze lowered at her phone and then had to lower it even more. Come on, bro.
My bad. Okay, I totally forgot to buy food.
What?
What'd you just
Hold
say?
on, I'm making my mind up if I want to go home or if I want to go to the Arab street. Bro, do you know? Oh my God. Yeah, keep looking, Habibi.
Nah, you don't belong in the Arab spaces anymore, bro. Enough of that shit.
It's just amazing when Arabs recognize each other across the street. Habibi.
You know him or you just know he's an Arab?
Bennett.
That's like Latino. That's like Latinos, and then we just start dancing and salsa.
Oh, some Saudi girls are walking around the city center with the
Wait, so Puerto Ricans have a certain version of salsa, and then you have the Mexicans have a different version?
I don't know what the Mexicans dance. No, we don't have no. Oh, salsa and dancing. But Puerto Ricans, we don't eat like tacos and stuff like that.
Oh no, I know that. I'm saying I was talking about the salsa dance.
You ever been to the Puerto Rican Day Parade? That shit is lit.
Actually, yeah.
The other day, I went there. I was there for it last year, I think in June. And they had the dude with the Spider-Man outfit. And he was just busting moves. That shit was hilarious.
Wait, you didn't know who was the Grand Marshal? It was what's his name? Priest from WWE.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, you know he's Puerto Rican, right?
When I went into the parade, by the way.
Talking about him?
Yeah, he's Puerto Rican. He grew up in the Bronx.
Bronx.
You grew up in the Bronx, man.
Shit.
Yeah, he grew up in the Bronx. And I bet you don't even know that he's literally in his 40s. He looks pretty fit, though.
Yeah, he is.
Shout out to Fat Joe, to all the Puerto Ricans. Shout out to Bronx. Shout out, you know where it was? Wednesday, it was right by the Catholic church in downtown, or New York City. You know what I'm talking about?
St. Patrick Cathedral?
Yeah,
St. Patrick Cathedral.
That's where I caught got into it. There's actually two by the Israeli, I don't know if they're consulate or some bullshit they have there.
Did you spit at it?
I flipped it off and I posted it on mine. I went to the ADL headquarters.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and do that. Hold on real quick. Let me go ahead and fund you.
We got him.
Where you at?
What you talking about?
كيلو 5
يدخل شو
was about the Yom Kippur War or going into Lebanon. Maybe it was the Yom Kippur. Something Tears, Valley of Tears. Do you see that?
I'm trying to translate it back to Hebrew to see if it sounds familiar.
Hebrew would be. Hold on, let me find it. It was very good.
Who did it? Khan? You know, Khan?
Here, it's in the Becca Valley.
Yeah, Baka, Emek Baka. This is what I said.
Yeah.
It's not tears. Baka is like crying if you would Bechi.
In English, it's okay. So in English, it's Valley of Tears.
Yeah, I get it. This is why I said I need to kind of translate it back and kind of be imaginative to kind of. And then I was like, Emek Bacha, Emek Bechi. Maybe this is what she means. Emek of tears. Okay, got it.
Did you?
I'm trying to see who's in that.
אצל רמת הגולן.
תודה.
תודה רבה. בבקשה.
בבקשה.
מה שלומך? How are you?
מה שלומך?
מה שלומך?
Do you know my favorite word for the ladies?
What?
My favorite word for the ladies is matok.
Matok is for guys, but
don't lie.
The drink.
Matok is basically sweet, but it's in a.
It's masculine. It's masculine.
But it's masculine. Yes, metuka.
How do you say it feminine then?
Metuka.
Can I teach you a great word?
Metuka.
You want to learn a great word?
Say again. I thought you were trying to troll me, trying to say.
No. I'm going to teach you a good word. This is the word.
No, he thought that I was trolling him, that I said that matok is for guys and metuka is for girls.
So, I thought you meant I should say it to the guys.
No, I'm going to tell you what to say to a girl. I'm going to tell you what to say to a girl.
Yeah, I understand. I understood you.
Yeah.
No.
I say brother, Daniel, yeah, because I know about grammar and how to learn languages. That's how I realized he's talking about the feminine masculine.
Okay, so to a girl, you want to call her a haticha.
Well, you know, I mean, I had a few Levensteins in my life, you know.
Say hatiha.
Can you say chet?
And for the men,
that was the only thing that was sort of. Everything else was just like pointing out sort of how a couple hundred years ago Luke's ideas were not weird, but now they are, sort of thing. Like, I'm pretty sure that if you go back 200 years, Luke's opinions on a lot of things would have been like, you know, not really all that weird. But just pretty much pointing out a bunch of things that are kind of bizarre to have in 21st century.
What you guys are saying when y'all saying how you say Donald Trump?
Well, I'm interested actually to see if you agree with Luke on some of these things. Rosa Parks not sitting at the back of the bus and obeying authority was a sin.
Rosa Parks not sitting at the back of the bus. Was it a sin? I guess I have a very different opinion on that. That it was a sin. I think it was a sin for very different reasons.
So Luke's rationale was disobeying the state is a sin, even to things that are morally questionable or easy for people to parse in the 21st century, where this is like, oh,
wait, why does he think it was a sin? Because it was a woman disobeying? Because she was blind?
Has nothing to do with that. Just the fact that you're disobeying the state's laws.
Luke thinks that the Protestant movement was a sin too.
Essentially, the second half of the article that he wrote is just a bunch of random examples that are not really consistent with how most people feel nowadays.
Romans 13 is the widely used and cited chapter in obeying the government, but most people understand it. It describes a role of a just and good government, and we have to obey that. But when the government goes against God's commandments and laws, we're supposed to stick to the God's commandments and laws.
So Andrew, if you read the article, and this is how I interpret it, all laws created are just because moral authority is from the church and the state is to implement those, and therefore somehow by
That's a fallacy.
I'm not saying hold on, don't debate me. I'm not having any of these opinions, but I think this was sort of the gist of it.
I'm not debating you. I'm just dismantling the article on the fly.
Okay, but I also, I mean, if you want to look at it, I might be conveying it incorrectly. If you want to take a look, but it might not be worth your time.
Hey, Tidwell, I'm getting ready for you.
You're warming up on chess? You're doing good?
Yes, sir.
Well, we have a test coming up.
Got me a 94.8% accuracy. How do you like that?
That's pretty good, depending on how many moves you did. Was it more than 2 moves? When you do chess.com and you do the review and it says like, well, you played as if you had this rating. I love that stuff.
No, I like to analyze them even post. I had a 94.8 accuracy and rating was a 2000.
Andrew?
Yeah.
I'm Mike21 on chess.com. MIKETWENTY1. If you want to send me a friend request, I'll play you.
Wait, say again?
What? Mike20 spelled out with a 1 on the end.
Got it.
I've had so much trouble with chess.
Me too. What I've noticed, if I'm a little off on sleep, in fact, I use chess to determine how tired I am and my what is the state of my brain to do something. That's what I use it for mostly. I use it to see how bad I lose, and that determines whether I do this task or that task.
Chess always seemed to me like a memorization game.
Mental peakness. Openings are middle game. I think there's a lot of recognition for middle game.
You want to hear something funny, John said? There's a guy named Magnus Carlsen who plays in blitz tournaments, and he will purposely make the most crazy, stupid moves at the very beginning just to get people off memorization paths. And that's like one of his strategies is he'll just do like some batshit crazy like 2-year-old moves, or he'll just like move his king out, just like move it, like just do weird shit. And then
Cloud.
Yeah, Bong Cloud. Yeah, he'll do all sorts of weird shit that like no one does, and then everyone's just thrown off their game because like everyone memorizes the first 6 or 7 moves of like every opening, and then it's like this just totally throws them off.
Well, see, what I know about you, Tidwell, is that you memorize the most esoteric lines that people don't expect either, and then you get them that way.
I love getting someone in like a really weird situation where I have like 50 moves memorized, and I just get the dopamine hit. I lose no time on my clock. They're like thinking, and for some reason, it's just so satisfying.
Yeah.
See, that's why I'm always bothered by it. It's just like a memorization game, so I never bothered to do it.
But this is super specific. Like you have to think of it like this. Like you've heard like the combinations of like the factorial. Like in the first like 6 moves, there's like a cajillion possibilities. There's no way to memorize everything. It's just you can get into specific lines. What?
Like I know the math
says that, but I just don't believe that that's actually like the reality. I know too many chess players who are like, it just seems like a memorization game to me. That's how I've always felt.
It is for the opening. What Andrew said is correct. It is for the opening for a lot of people, but after that opening, there is no memorization.
Yeah, then you gotta see the few moves ahead and the patterns, and you have to be good at recognizing other things.
And that's why people that want to get into chess now, you wouldn't learn like a mainstream line. You'd learn like a style that isn't like a popular opening where no one's really memorized your opening, and then you're pretty much on par with people going into like the game. You wouldn't like if someone is trying to like get you to play a position, like you just wouldn't play it. You'd play something else, and then you throw them off memorization, and then you're sort of on square one. You might be at a slight disadvantage in theory. Get off the memorization path where you're playing this game of who can memorize the best move, 12, 13, 14 moves in. So like most people that are really good, they purposely make weird moves at the beginning just so they don't have to worry about the memorization piece of it.
Interesting.
Tidwell, you ever dabble into, I forgot the name of the setup where it's randomized a little bit? The chessboard?
Okay, so Johnson, listen to what I'm about to talk to with Andrew about. You'll like this. So this is called Fisher 720 or
Oh yes, yeah.
So check this out, Johnson. You start the game, and it gives a random setup. So all the pawns are still in the front, but all the back rank pieces, there's 720 combinations of valid setup, and it's a brand new game with no theory, no books, no nothing on the setup, and this has become a popular format just to pretty much address the concern that you just brought up, Joseph, which was, oh, you're just gonna fucking beat me because you have 15 moves memorized. This pretty much gives 720 unique starting positions, and you don't know what the position is until the start of the game.
Understood. Do you know why my concern is met with that specific setup? Do you know?
Yeah, because these people are gonna fucking memorize, and you're gonna be at a huge disadvantage.
No, it's because Bobby Fischer himself agreed that the game was just a memorization game.
Oh yeah, no, 100% though. Like, yeah, Fischer was trying to address that. Yeah, no, you're totally right. But also, that only for the opening. Still, he was trying to get rid of the opening memorization, like piece of chess. Right, like chess is like classically broken up into 3 parts, and you can memorize some end-game positional stuff, and you can memorize some opening stuff.
Is Fischer 720 actually gaining popularity?
So it's interesting because there's tournaments and stuff. But the most popular formats now are going to be blitz and bullet games where you have very low time on the clock and you don't have time to like think for like minutes and minutes and minutes per move. Those seem to be like the more like popular things that are going on right now. And the 720 tournaments are interesting because the thing I'm thinking is like, well, how does the committee pick the position? And they pick a position at random with a random generator. But you know what's funny is like no one's allowed to know the position, because if you do, you could study the position before the game, right? Each round of the game you would know the position. So there's potential there where if you somehow sabotage the random generator or you knew what they were going to do, you could study the positions ahead of time. That's kind of like an interesting attack vector at these tournaments, which I don't know how that's been a problem.
We should do this and generate it with blockchain.
Hey, right. Like the entropy from the last block. Right, the last block's hash.
Well, no, it has to be the next block. You can't start a game until the next block.
That's funny. And then the next block happens, and then it tells you the position, and then you start the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, it's like everyone's just waiting for the next block. It's like a 50-minute block. Everyone's just like intently just staring at each other, waiting.
Yo, Tidwell, do you ever play the games on lichess.org?
Chess? L-I?
L-I-C, yeah.
Yeah, Lee Chess, yeah, that's another good one. But, hey, Andrew, were you going to send me a friend request on chess.com?
Oh, I'll do that a little bit later.
Oh, okay.
He's thinking about it, Michael. He doesn't like you, so.
No, I didn't realize he didn't like me until just now. I just fucking found out about it. I'm about to leave this chat room.
Don't be so sensitive.
I'm leaving.
Hey, Tidwell. Dave the other day asked how many hours of playing would it take for him to get as good as you. I want to know your answer on how many hours that would take.
Probably a year of dedication, maybe like 8 months, 6 months, if you really.
How many hours a day?
How many hours?
Would be like a full-time job maybe for like 6 months.
8 hours a day, 6 months.
What if he joins one of those like children's chess clubs?
Maybe like 20 hours a week for 6 months. 20 hours a week for 6 months, you could get better than me. That's what it would take. 20 hours a week, 6 months. If you're coming from zero.
So roughly 500 hours.
520 hours, yeah.
Yeah, 520 hours of diligent, like trying to get better, not just like fucking around. Fucking around, it'd be like 10,000 plus hours. You'd have to like use those 500 hours.
That's what I tried to tell him.
Actually, be getting good, like, and it's really hard to like want to play chess and like push yourself. It's easy to like play chess and fuck around, which is pretty much what I do.
Well, that's why I've been going on Lead Chess and doing like the X moves just over and over to try to work on that. I feel like that is better than just playing a game.
Yeah, I mean they're both good. I mean, playing a game and doing those puzzles are gonna help, but it's really just like, so the thing where it would be like 1,000 hours is if you study in-game positions, which I don't have memorized, and or I don't have like I don't know like the techniques that are like that could like just dominate. Like for instance, if you have like a bishop and a knight and a king versus a king, like knowing how to mate in the fastest pattern or even how to mate is like very complicated. It's like one of the most complicated mates that you can do if you just have a bishop and a knight versus just a king by himself. That's like a very complicated mate, and a lot of people can't do it.
It's really easy to mate if you're good looking.
Yeah, that's true.
I've learned from John.
Yeah, it's easy to wait. Mate, white or black? John said. Which one?
You know what I learned from John? Any waitress that smiles at you totally wants to bang you.
Wonderful. Maybe you can actually start. That's John Connolly. He does designs for stuff. And let's see.
John Seth, you're hot mic and anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah. I really want to get better as well.
Well, if you really want to get better, you can hire a chess coach, and then that will fucking expedite your. now with all this like online training shit.
I don't want to do online.
Well, then there's probably a chess club in your town that you can go to. I mean, they'll probably meet like weekly or bi-weekly. They'll have like little hangouts and shit. All right, I just Googled or ChatGPT'd. If you do 450 hours, you're likely to get to at least 1,400. If you do 600 to 900 hours, you're likely to get to 1,600. 1,000 to 1,600 hours is 1,800. 3,000 hours, 2,000. 4,000 hours, 2,100. 7,000 hours, 2,200. 9,000 hours, 2,300. 12,000 hours, 2,400. And 18,000 hours, 2,500 usually cannot be achieved.
Yeah, but Tidwell, there's a component missing here. Like, some people...
You have to stay motivated that whole time.
You interpose, like, certain brains or how your brain's wired. Spending that number of hours ain't going to get you to that rating.
With enough motivational energy, my theory is you can rewire your brain just to do about anything within, I mean, there's limitations obviously, but I don't know if, I think the biggest thing is if you don't necessarily have the brain for it, then it just becomes harder, but you can still do it. It just isn't going to be easy to stay motivated for fucking 10,000 hours, because staying motivated to constantly be getting better is a different sort of thing than just playing for 10,000 hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, and you could certainly do things to help rewire the brain. That's true. You could see that from injuries, right? You learn and stuff, obviously. But I think, I don't know, if you lack strategy or like multiple orders thinking capacity or capability, there's no way you're gonna spend 700 or 800 and hit that rating. And maybe even if you double it, I seriously doubt that.
It depends on if you're making progress. Like if you're putting in hours and you're not making progress, then you kind of are understanding your logarithmic curve off of like your potential. Yeah, so I guess you'll find that out sort of like early. Like if you put in, let's say you sink in 1,000 hours and you're not making the progress that other people are making, that might be an indicator that your top is, going to be a lower range.
Right. Exactly. But I think everyone tops out somewhere, and then it's marginal.
Right. And it's kind of weird is there hasn't been a woman that has risen to the ranks of the top tier chess players in the world. And you would have thought that there would have been at least a few anomalies where there's been a few women that have gotten all the way, like in terms of like rankings and FIDE rankings and stuff. So there is something to be said about like genetics or brain composition or just who we are as humans and stuff with some of this crap. You know what I mean?
Joseph is missing for this analysis.
Yeah, unless you're watching Kimberly and the Queen's Gambit, in that case, women are fucking dominant. By the way, I really like that Netflix show.
How many times have you watched it?
Once.
How many?
Just once.
Have you analyzed the games in the series?
Oh, but I do know that some of the positions are real because they were trying to make it like fun, so they actually used like real positions from real games that were like epic. So that was kind of cool that they did that. Now, ChatGPT will tell me why a woman's never been ranked in the top like 100 or top 50 or whatever. I want to see. Oh, I might be wrong. 2735, 2000. Oh, look at this. Judith Polgar, 2735. That's really high. Strongest rated lady ever. So Judith Polgar, there was a message in the chat that says no woman has ever been in the top 10. According to this, she was number 8 at one point at her peak. So I was wrong. A woman has been in the top 10. Judith Polgar. Judith Polgar is a Hungarian chess grandmaster, strongest female ever of all time. There you go. Oh, also, you know, it's funny. I think this is the same lady who beat Gary Kasparov in a game. And Gary Kasparov was like famous of saying that a woman would never be able to beat him or something. And maybe he like also alluded like at his prime, he would never be able to be beaten by a woman. And then this lady, many years later, beats him, and it was like a lot of like feminists and a lot of like, you know, chess players were like laughing about this. I remember that happened a few years back. And also like Gary's like super out of his prime, so yeah.
Who's that guy that plays people on YouTube that has the black mask on? You know what I'm talking about?
Shinobi or Adam Back, depending on.
I mean, he beat Gary. Is he good enough to beat Gary Kasparov right now?
I don't know who you're talking about, dude. I don't know this black mask.
I put it in the chat, Tidwell. Ray Enigma.
Right now, there is a woman, looks like a Chinese lady, who is ranked 143rd in the world. And she's currently the highest rated lady, apparently. Hua Yofan. So 143rd is where the current lady is. I don't think chess has this idea of transgender woman stuff that other sports have. By the way, which I think is kind of also interesting. I don't think there's ever been like a controversy or a drama over women's chess like there had been with other sports. At least it never hit my radar.
Did you hear me that I put the clip in the chat, Tidwell?
Okay, let me see. Dude, I can't even. Okay, I guess I can copy. I have to like paste this to like Telegram just to be able to click it.
It's retarded.
Bro, what the fuck is this, dude? This doesn't even look. This looks like an AI video, dude. This doesn't even look real.
No, it is. That's a real guy. You can watch the full video on YouTube.
Well, I don't know what the fuck I'm watching. What the fuck is this?
Gary Kasparov.
No, I know that, but what the fuck is this incognito guy? This doesn't even look like a real thing.
That's Osborne.
he still plays at an amazing level. But
Ray Enigma is a Spanish chess player, and no one knows who he is. An anonymous content creator, 3 million followers on TikTok, 2 million followers on YouTube, has played Magnus Carlsen, like all the big names, including Judith Polgar, the lady we were talking about just a second ago. Unknown identity. And then he wears this fucking checkered flag face covering. This is like the silliest fucking thing. Like, how did I not know about this guy?
he's got to be one of the known names that just does it right. Can't be somebody unknown.
There's a lot of people that are really good. Like there's a lot of people that are like in the 2,600 range that like could maybe be like incognito, but like when you get to like the 2,700 plus, like you're pretty much like people like that's like a thing where like.
I mean, if you're gonna play in a tournament, you're gonna be known.
Right. What I'm saying is there's a lot of people around the 2,600 range that like there'd be enough quote unquote Spanish players around that level to not dox yourself. What I'm trying to say is like if he was really good, he'd probably like
did well. How is that number derived?
It's kind of like a credit score, and you just kind of make it up. So if you beat someone with a higher elo than you get higher number. If you lose to someone with a lower number than you lose even more. If you lose to someone with a much higher elo than you'd lose very little. It's just like it's just the ranking, it's the arbitrary ranking system. And each, FIDE has their own database and calculation methods. And also, if you haven't played chess in a very long time, you go back into more of a provisional state where every game you play has a multiplier sort of idea to get you closer to maybe what you would actually be at. It's arbitrary shit. It's just a way of like knowing where you're at compared to other people in terms of your overall strength of your playability. The chat. I don't know if this is supposed to be a joke or not, but it made me look up the highest rated Nigerian player.
What's their ELO?
Highest rated ELO, according to ChatGPT, is 2363, and that was in February 2016. But I wonder, that was 2016, so I wonder what that was 9 years ago. The current highest rated player is at 2331. Nigerian Adabalaram Akatoyi. If the highest rated player is a FM, that means they have no international or grandmasters, I assume is what that means. So I guess there's probably like a lot of countries that have like no IMs or GMs.
you become a grandmaster?
You just have to have a really fucking high rating and like win some tournaments and shit. But
yeah, but does it come from winning certain competitions or?
That's a good question. I think you have to. I think it's like I don't know. Let me look it up. But there's 195 countries in the world, and only 88 countries have at least one grandmaster. So a little less, a little more than a third of all the countries have at least one really good chess player, like in the top tier.
I think you gotta hit a certain rating. But first, to become a grandmaster, you gotta become a master. You gotta climb up that ladder.
You also have to reach a rating of at least 2,500, according to FIDE ratings. Earn 3 GM. You have to win 3. You have to perform well in at least 3 tournaments. So in your tournament play, you have to have a performance rating of 2,600 plus, and at least 9 games in the tournament. And so you have to have at least 3 tournaments where you've performed at a 2,600 plus rating. You have to actually have a rating of 2,500 or more. And once you're a GM, you're a GM permanently. You never lose that title. You're like it's like tenure. Like you're once a GM, always a GM, even if you like suck or have like a brain injury. So, does that answer your question?
How many?
That's that question. Dave asked that question. He's not even here.
How many thousand GMs are there? I think it's.
How many like FIDE GMs are there? There's 1,700 and 72, and 41 are women. So out of 1,772, 41 of those are women. There's also 41 women who are GMs. So there's a total 1,813 total GMs currently.
That's less than billionaires in the world. That's a club.
And you have to also remember, you don't lose that title. That means like, I wonder if that means currently alive people or not. Like I want to. Andrew, it sounds like you're eating a bag of chips. That 1,800 number is not living GMs. That's total GMs ever of all time.
Holy moly.
Yeah, so that's also the people that are dead, which is real interesting. So that means of all time, there's ever only been 41 women that have been GMs and only 1,772 men that have been GMs. So,
well, in fairness, in prior times, the game hasn't been studied or that popular. And also,
who's Bowick has his score
to be GMs by these criteria didn't exist before, so some never got it because they couldn't.
Sure.
But regardless, this is a remarkably low number.
So some sources say that there's up to 2,100 GMs of all time. But anyways, of active, alive people, or active, because I think they only consider someone active or inactive, there's around 700 current active GMs that meet the criteria of the 2,500 plus performance in at least 3 tournaments kind of criteria. So of the total number of GMs that have ever existed, about a third of them are still active. but they don't go into whether or not they're inactive because of they're dead or not, which is kind of have to read between the lines on some of that. Going back to what you're saying, Andrew, I mean, there's probably a damn good chance that only about 10% or less of us, even if we wanted to put in all the hours, would even be able to reach, high levels. You know what I mean?
What I remember from high school days is if you were there at 2000 level, you were a unicorn. I never
You're
met
still
people.
a unicorn at 2000 at pretty much any normal chess event.
Yeah. I just never remember seeing people study all 4 years and advance to that level. And that this is a young brain, can absorb, learn, and everything, right? I just don't remember people migrating into 2000s in high school. They were kind of already there, more or less.
Cool, which I like, is so one thing I kind of like is for a grandmaster, a GM, women and men have to compete by the same rule base for GM. So there's no hey, handicap, you have to have a lower rating or whatever, but they do have something called a WGM, which does have a lower rating, but a woman can get a GM title as well. So they I think this is probably a fair way of doing it, where it's if you want an actual, they don't just call it a GM, they call it a WGM, they make it specific. So they make it where GM is gender neutral. And then if you have the lower ranking requirements, they call it a WGM. But then there's women that get the actual GM status, which they differentiate on, which I think that's probably the right way of doing it.
Yeah,
Andrew, you could probably get it.
2092.
Andrew, you could probably get a WGM of 2300 if you put in enough work. But you would fail to meet one criteria to get a GM.
I love your enthusiasm, ability, but I don't look good in a dress or a skirt.
That's right. Yeah, that might be the one criteria you miss. That's probably the only blocker for you, right? To get into 23 GM.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys talking about becoming trans chess players?
That's what he's telling me to do.
I was making the observation that chess never hit my radar that chess dealt with any sort of trans drama like other sports.
But there are different rankings for men and women.
So if you want a GM, it's race neutral. You don't ever there isn't specific criteria for a GM. And I think that really helps because there's also women that have reached the GM status. There's not many, there's some, right? And I think that really helps with this sort of thing. And there's also a WGM, but they never call that a GM. That's always a WGM, like a women's grandmaster. But the women that are actually good still get the actual top rank GM stuff. So
how many female GMs are there?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. I have this all queued up for you. Ready?
Yeah, hit me.
So one thing that's interesting is GMs are measured like it's lifetime. It's how many are currently alive. It's like ever and active. So there's ever only been roughly 2,000 GMs ever in like all of history. And of that, 41 have been women.
That sounds about right.
And of those women, one reached the top 10. She was number 8 in the world, Judith Polgar, Hungarian. And the next rated highest lady ever got to position 143, just to give you sort of a distribution. So Judith was an extreme outlier. So not only was she a woman that got to the top 10, but like the next lady up, like wasn't even in the conversation. You know what I mean?
What is it about the female brain that makes it less good at chess?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because women treat their pawns like children, and it's less likely that you're going to want to sacrifice your children on the chessboard. Now, men, on the other hand, are more brutal, and they're willing to sacrifice their children for the greater good.
Is that true?
No.
It sounds good, though.
I think it's funny, or I was trying to be funny on the fly. I'm not as good as John Seth and you, but I'm getting there.
There's not. So I mean, I would imagine there's not as many women that are interested in chess to begin with, but certainly many women do play chess. Like, I mean, I don't know. When you go to a chess tournament, how many women are at it? Like, what's the percentage that are women?
The younger you are, the higher the distribution of like it being super mixed.
And then it gets weeded out as you get older.
It's kind of like kids with gymnastics. Everyone like under 5 or 4 years old, like it's just pretty much 50-50, right? And then as the kids get older, it's like, where'd all the boys go, you know?
You know, I've tried like occasionally to get into chess, and it just never has been interesting to me. I'm just not interested in it at all.
Right. Yeah. Right. You might be a woman. It's fine.
Maybe that's it. I think it's because I wasn't. Nobody in my family played chess, so I wasn't exposed to chess at a young age. I didn't play chess until I was like 25.
Right. And my 2-year-old is playing chess with me right now.
Right.
Obviously, he doesn't know what he's doing, but he's like moving the pieces around and like trying to play chess, like
just learning the patterns of the pieces.
Right. Like I was playing chess at 3 years old. Right. Similarly, like just understanding like how the pieces move early is gonna like help you, even if you don't have like the brain composition to ever like be like top tier. It's gonna like put you way ahead of other people who like never like really looked at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. It's not interesting to me, but I do appreciate people who are like when I said the chess tournament and you blundered and then went on tilt. That was very interesting to watch. You know, like I was like curious to watch it, but I don't know. Like playing chess is boring to me. But yeah, it's like
was that the tournament where I like totally fucked and won on time?
It was a BitBlock Boom tournament, and you made a mental mistake against Rockstar, I think, and then you went on tilt and you kept making mistakes because of your one mistake. You like couldn't forgive yourself for your one mistake.
Oh, is this the one where Rockstar beat me?
Yeah, Rockstar ended up winning the tournament, I think.
So we did another. So the next year,
you beat yourself, really. I watched it, and you beat yourself in that moment.
So the next year, Rockstar comes to TabConf, and we play like 6 games. Rockstar and I play 6 games with an audience, and I go 6-0 against them. And then the following, I go to BitBlock Boom. This is me like now I'm like, oh fuck, I like got mad, you know, that I like lost the way I did. Go on to win 2 BitBlock Boom chess tournaments, and then I'm retired.
I only saw the one where you lost, so to me,
I know.
you are a loser. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. Yeah.
I know. I'm still kicking myself because of it.
No, you really were. Yeah, you made like that mistake, and then you just like couldn't recover, and I could just tell that you had the yips. You know, like you just like were in your head, and that happens. You know, but like
it didn't help that. I think when I made that mistake, the position was sort of simple and there wasn't really enough entropy, I felt like, maybe to recover. Because I still kind of remember that game. Very traumatic for me, by the way.
What is your ELO ranking or whatever?
It's pretty low. On chess.com, it is pretty low.
Do we lose Michael, or is it me?
I mean, I'm still here.
Couldn't hear you for a second.
Let me see. My stats are not impressive. My highest ranking is about 1,600, which according to ChatGPT, if you spend 600 hours actually trying to get good at chess, you should be able to reach the level of 1,600. If you spend 600 hours trying to get good at chess and like having like a study plan and wait, hold on, intense study, regular coaching, and serious play. In 600 hours, you too can be this good.
Okay, so I just need to put in 10 hours a day for 2 months, and then I'll be as good as you are.
If that's, yeah, I mean, get a coach, regular coaching, serious play, intense study. Yes.
I'm gonna do that, and then just show up at BitBlock Boom or TapConf and just destroy you. Yeah.
That'd be so funny. It's like so unexpected. It's like, Hollow, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I just got good at chess, bro. What's up? Oh, I'll be good at chess.
Like, how'd you make it to the final round? Like, what happened?
I like strategy and stuff, but I just, I don't know. Chess just ain't my thing, dog. Did you ever meet Ella? She was the captain of the Harvard chess team. She's a Bitcoiner. She used to be on this app, but she hasn't been on the app for a while.
Dude, if she was on a college chess team, she's probably way better than me.
Captain of the Harvard team.
I know. She was probably... I'm guessing she was like in the 2000s.
I think she had a 2000 something. I can't remember what it was, but it was a 2000 something. And she was time in here, Michael, when she played like 6 people like at once and defeated everybody like in 5 minutes, you know. And all 6 people were like pretty decent chess players.
It's so crazy, like how
very smart. She went to work for a hedge fund.
If someone's rated like 2,000 and someone's rated like 2,100, the difference there is so immense. Like it's so kind of like
what is like a Magnus Carlsen? What's his rating?
Like 28 something, 2,900 something.
So it's like really up there. Is anyone at 3,000?
Well, I mean, Magnus at one point was 3,000, but these ratings, when there's only like a few people for 2,800, these ratings don't really mean a whole lot. It's just really relative to like, because if you're at, let's say you're at 2,900 and the next rated person is 2,700, who are you going to play to up your rating? You know what I mean? You can only lose. You need to like have other people get good so you can like boost yourself up. So it's like kind of inflation resistant, if that makes sense. So there's
it seems like Magnus is on the downslope in his career. Is that right?
Like I said, like these numbers get inflated and deflated naturally as...
not about his number, but more like he was so dominant, nobody could beat him, and now people are starting to beat him.
No, he's super dominant still.
Didn't the Indian guy beat him?
Decided, yeah, but I mean, when you play fucking 100 games, you're gonna lose a few here and there, and those are gonna make big news. Like he's still super dominant.
Is he the best? Is he the best chess player that ever lived?
Well, this is a good question because he lived in the age of computer engine learning, and Bobby Fischer didn't, right? So it's
what about like Garry Kasparov too?
Well, I mean, Bobby Fischer was arguably better than Gary, but
better than
also
Kasparov.
Right. I mean, arguably speaking, Bobby Fischer was the best player ever without computers, and Magnus Carlsen was the best player, period. Granted, tool set and stuff has evolved, right? Like if you were able to have an engine immediately tell you what the best move is, and then you can understand why, that's a different thing than not actually knowing and then assuming things and then realizing 10 years later, oh, this was bad, versus an engine telling you that in like 1 second,
Yeah, totally. Bobby Fischer kind of went crazy too at some point, didn't he?
He kind of became, I think he started running Bitcoin knots. He became like anti-Semitic. He
moved to Iceland and started ranting about the Jews and stuff.
Yeah,
and then
he was ahead of his time.
The quality of his play went down like significantly.
Yeah. Like he went Kanye before it was cool.
He was the best American chess player ever, right? Like there's never been a better American.
No. There's this guy named Hakuro, that is American, who is considered to be the best of all time, pretty much.
Oh, really? He's better than Fischer.
He's been like a top 3 player for like a decade. He's like a Asian American. If you're talking about a real American,
I actually enjoy watching the Battle of the Minds. That is a chess match, like a high level chess match. It's actually kind of interesting as a spectator sport, But like,
it's as fun as watching paint dry.
I think it's interesting if there's good commentary over top of it, where the announcers are explaining what's happening, then it's very interesting, Because I don't know chess, so like I need it explained to me, like, oh, he went with the English opening and that was a mistake, whatever. I need all that shit. I can't believe he would have done a pawn sacrifice here. I don't know any chess terms.
Dude, the thing about Hakuro is he's like a Twitch streamer, and he's like a personality. So like he makes more money from his Twitch stream than he does from like tournaments now. Like that's how big, like, that's like the meta right now. If you're a chess player, you become an entertainment chess player,
Kind of like the video game guys, similar kind of thing.
Michael, who's the best Bitcoiner chess player? Was it Jimmy Song?
I beat his ass a few times, but he is good. But
Did you beat him?
Yeah, I beat him.
Michael's very good, except for the one time I was watching.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that tournament I was in should have been mine, but it wasn't because Hoddle was watching me, and I get very nervous when Hoddle watches me.
I'm disappointed because I've watched you too, and I've never seen you fumble it.
Hoddle will be a lead investor in whatever company I end up starting.
That's right.
So I get very nervous when he's around me. But the Hikiro Nakamura is his name, and he's rated 2816, number 2 in the world. Personality, he's like the most entertainment based personality. Wait, what? I feel like someone asked me a question. Oh, Jimmy Song. Oh, the best chess player is a guy named Martin that I know of. He's a FM or IM international master. He was rated about 24 something. He decided to get into Bitcoin because it's like a chess player that can't like 2,600 plus actually doesn't have a real career in chess, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know. So he became a Bitcoin core developer, learned C++, and apparently being really good at chess translates to being able to code in C++ and be a Bitcoin dev. So that's what he does, and his name is Martin. And do you know Muzz?
Yeah, is Muzz good?
No, well, yeah, I mean, it's Muzz. I like Muzz.
Zell is like a ranked player.
Oh, Zell is too?
Yeah. David
Zell, yeah.
David O. Zell, right? Whatever.
Giselle. David Zell.
But what I was gonna say is the Muzz ran a tournament at Tab Comp. Found out, so Martin just dominated me. I mean, dominate's the wrong word. He gently put me to sleep. He won pretty easily the entire tournament, and Muzz got upset that an international master entered the tournament without identifying himself. And I think this is kind of funny. People have like conversed with Muzz, right? Like Jarvis, like you know how like he sounds and like his personality and stuff.
He doesn't seem smart.
Oh, come on, let's be nice.
No.
Anyways,
I thought that's what you're saying. Like, I'm willing to believe.
No.
Like,
just his personality is just so like, look, man, like, oh my gosh, like, you know, like, this is not right. Like, it's just like, I don't think he's dumb or anything. It's just he comes off like in a sort of a like, kind of like takes life, kind of like.
No, I think we're saying the same thing.
Anyways, so
yeah,
this is the only chess tournament.
He comes off like a stoner, like bro.
Right, but like almost like it's like a defense mechanism, so he doesn't have to take life too serious, kind of thing. But I do think he's like kind of smart. Anyways,
he is smart, yeah. Obviously smart.
I actually like him. It's just he has this obvious like character. I feel like that he's playing that is now his actual personality. Like I don't know if that's true, but anywho, he just made me laugh. He's like, this isn't right, man. You know what? I'm gonna take he's not gonna win the money. No, he can't. No, we're not gonna do this. You cannot win the money. And this is the only time I ever like have seen any chess tournament where someone won and then they were like, no, you're too good. And he's like, oh, I'll donate the money. And so he donated the proceeds.
How much money was it?
I don't know, like probably less than $1,000.
Yeah.
And in today's money, probably like way more than $1,000. But at the time, I don't know, like maybe like $300-400 max.
In Bitcoin terms, yeah.
In Bitcoin terms, like probably $2,000-3,000 now. But he donated the money to the communist, to the woke. What did Max Kaiser say? The woke, transgender,
sexual. I don't know. What is?
Yeah. Anyways, that's horrible. I want that on. I think.
Which trial?
The Trump assassin.
Oh yeah, he tried to stab himself in the fucking neck with a pen.
Yeah.
Seems like a really stable. No, I saw that. Seems like a very stable individual. That was the guy who was hiding at the Palm Beach golf course, right? Yeah. Yeah, that guy fucking, what a whack job he is. Tried to stab himself in the neck with a pen.
In the middle of federal court. That's a dramatic moment.
Yeah, I saw did you see the illustration of it?
Sketch, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. The illustration is one of the craziest things I've ever seen come out of federal court, because usually in federal court, the sketches are everyone's very dour, you know, and just kind of morose. And this is like a very lively scene, like the most lively scene I've ever seen, I think.
The sketch, like, they have all of the walls at the courthouse. They have to frame that one. It's got to
it's a very exciting. The illustrator was probably like, "Oh my god, this is the best day of my career." Why do they do, Zach? Do you know the etymology behind like why they do those illustrations?
They don't like cameras.
No, but I know that. But why in that specific style?
Oh,
and
yeah. Good question.
And like, couldn't you take a photo and then turn it into an illustration? Like, couldn't you have something in a little more detail?
You're not allowed to have cameras at all. It must be that is like the quickest way to draw things in real time, would be my guess.
It must be, right? Yeah, it's like watercolor, and they're always like very quick, brief.
Yeah, I think it might be like crayons or colored pencils. But if you ever go to a federal court, you can see the guy like doing it.
Why is it so like? It seems like we should have more transparency to what happens in federal court. Like, what is the rationale for them keeping cameras out.
House rules, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the transcripts are public.
I know, but don't you think we, as the public, kind of deserve a higher level of transparency with federal court?
Well, it's also open to the public. You can go.
Yes, but it's open to like however many people can fit in the courthouse, and like
I think the rationale is like federal judges in particular are really supposed to be immune from any kind of politics, and having it be like a national news spectacle in real time might undermine that. I think that's what it's about. But like the press goes, there's plenty of reporting. Ordinary people can go. Like I went to both the Samurai and Tornado Cash trials, and I see those are open to the public. I didn't have any special access. I just walked in, and like I don't know, you know, the states draw lines in different places. I think some states don't allow cameras, but the federal system they choose not to allow. The U.S. Supreme Court also doesn't allow cameras, but they do allow audio recording.
Right. I don't know. It just seems like we should demand a higher level of transparency from our government.
Is there something like that having video would be transparent about, that a word-for-word transcript plus allowing the public access and reporters access doesn't give you? Like,
yeah, I think
crowded courtrooms, they do a spillover room where they have closed caption. You could watch what's happening on CCTV.
I think it's because video is more. Video is like you're there, you know? So it's like it gives more access to more people to watch the trial in real time. And since we're all subjects of the federal government, I kind of feel like we should all have access to know what these trials are like.
Also, actually, in I think lots of, I don't know about trials, and lots of like federal hearings, you can dial in and listen in real time.
Interesting.
For you, why do some trials get televised and some don't?
Well, federal trials don't. That's what we're talking about. But
federal never does, and state trials, it's really based on like interest, and then sometimes judges can bar cameras from the courtroom depending on, you know, like whatever, like lots of different factors. Like I think the OJ trial, they at one point barred the cameras from the courtroom, right? Like the cameras were in there, and then I think at one point the judge was like, "This is too much of a circus. It's disrupting my courtroom. Get the cameras out."
Yeah, if it gets in the way of a fair trial, the judge can always say.
Right.
So what you're trying to tell me is Judge Judy was not taking federal cases. Got it.
Judge Judy's an arbitrator. I think, like, this is my end goal, is to be the Judge Judy of Bitcoin.
I consider myself the Judge Judy of Bitcoin, Zach Shapiro.
Zach, you know where your stage is. It's there for you when you want it.
Also, it's so easy to enforce. You just do a 2 or 3 multi-sig where the parties each have a key.
Right. It's like the easiest thing in the world. There you go. Here's your music, Zach. Dun, dun. Zach's on the bench. Knott's first core. CSAM.
It's also basically unregulated. You don't need you don't need to be a lawyer. You don't need to have been a judge. Like, if you want to be an arbitrator and people are willing to bind themselves to your decision, you can just be an arbitrator.
Zach, are you familiar with the contiguous bytes argument?
No.
So the fact that CSAM, which is a new term, I think, for everyone.
No, unfortunately, I've heard that one.
Well, this is new for me at least, but CSAM having contiguous bytes versus in the witness is distinctly different, and the government and laws will come down, because it's contiguous bytes instead of being separated every, whatever amount of bytes. There's a small 1 byte separator. Have you heard this argument being made by Luke and others?
I haven't, but I would be very skeptical of legal arguments being made by engineers.
Well, this is the Steelman argument for not running core. It's part of the Steelman for not running core, verified by Luke yesterday.
I would be willing to stake a lot of money on there is not a reasonable legal theory that gets you in trouble for child porn images if you run core.
Man, has anyone like just told Mechanic this on Twitter? And
they get mad at Zach for saying.
Yes.
They get very mad at Zach for saying things like this. They accuse him of all sorts of things.
Okay. Well, this is, what's funny is 5 months ago, I was thinking this is like sort of like a nothing burger, but because of the attention and time spent on it and
it's
the
literally
back and
a campaign to sow fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Like this is one of the most textbook cases of like actual FUD I've ever seen in my life.
Right, but what I'm trying to say, well, sure. The point I'm trying to make, in case it's not clear, is I really do think that this is doing damage in terms of effort to combat and question and answer endless pits of concerned, upset FUD. I personally know people that are spending a tremendous amount of time either stressed out about this or answering endless questionnaires from people.
Yeah, it's a huge waste of time. Well, we talked about this the other day and landed on a pretty decent analogy. It was like arranging books in the library that points to a URL. Was that the one? Anyway, running a node and it's not the same thing as downloading a child porn.
It's very weird because the people that are, saying there's going to be a state attack seem to be like engaged in a state attack.
Right.
Like this seems kind of like a state attack.
And
although
let's say there even was some risk of that. Like the people, a random employee of a company that does ordinals, you are responsible for everyone else downloading. Like it's so ridiculous. And
it's very autistic. Yeah. The CSAM thing is just an emotive argument, by the way, because they didn't. It's true because they didn't come to it until very recently. They've been on this same warpath for months.
I had the same opinion, Huddle. I had the same opinion. I called Luke out on it, and this is how the conversation started. And he said, "No, you're wrong." And then he linked to me how this was part of the original discussion, which missed my radar because it wasn't brought up. So I was very surprised that I only found out about this yesterday, that it was part of the original core concern that Luke had. And that was not very clear to me until yesterday. So I will say he is being consistent on this, but it wasn't brought to everyone's attention until Mechanic screamed CSAM and child, pornography or whatever.
Think about the rest of it, right? This is less true in Bitcoin, but let's say, like, in an account-based model like Ethereum, if you were to send someone an NFT that has embedded code in it from which you could reverse engineer like a child porn image, like, does that, like, if someone just sends you that NFT, you're a criminal, even though you have no control over it? Does that seem like the way the criminal law works?
The answer to that is obvious. It's whatever Mechanic tells me to think, because that's how people are thinking right now.
Because Mechanic is a First Amendment lawyer?
Exactly. Like, I really wish, so I assume, Zach, at one point you've engaged on this publicly on Twitter, or no? Have you sort of avoided it?
I engaged when I saw someone, I forget the guy's name, I think it's the guy who runs Bitcoin University, was saying
this
that
is
all the people
Bitcoin University.
That guy. He was calling for all the people who work at Taproot Wizards to be thrown in prison, and I was like, this is actually an attack, I think.
Yeah, it's actually insane. I can't understand the motivation behind saying something like that. It seems very odd. But I don't think any of these people are. I don't think any of these people are actual state actors. I think they're all just autists.
Oh no, I don't think. Oh, by the way, we had the conversation I think a couple of weeks ago about you asked me if I thought Nick Fuentes was like controlled by or funded by Qatar, and I said no. And I still think no as to Nick Fuentes. I am increasingly suspicious though about Tucker Carlson. I don't know if you saw his new like 9/11 truther stuff, but like he's like trying to exonerate Saudi and all these like and make it the first version. He's like blaming the CIA. Clearly, this is going to end up being an anti-Israel thing at the end. But like he really does seem like he's doing exactly what like
it's widely known that he got $15 million from a Qatari.
Okay,
who does
I didn't even know that, but
yeah, who does Tucker? Whose interest? I mean, other than maybe the Qataris or whatever, but like, whose interest does Tucker serve? You know, that's the question I keep asking when I think about Tucker, because I see him run these playbooks like on people where, you know, he'll go out and discredit somebody in a very high level way. And maybe he's doing it on his own accord for his own purposes, but maybe it's on someone else's behalf, and I can't figure it out.
But a lot of it seems to line up with what foreign adversaries, like there was a while where like he was just kind of echoing exactly the same stuff that Putin was saying, right? And just kind of being broadly anti-America. And like now it seems like it might just be that he is accepting foreign money, and it's not one, it's multiple of these groups.
I haven't been listening to him. I never really listened to his show, you know, but I've seen clips and whatever. He's just like a person on my screen. But I really kind of don't take him serious anymore, because I think he works for somebody, but I can't figure out who.
Well, apparently Qatar gave him $15 million. That, you know, it could just
is that enough to buy him though? He's very rich.
It's enough to maybe buy a weird 9/11 truther documentary and to focus more on Israel.
Yeah. Well, by the way, the question I asked you about Fuentes was not about Fuentes having direct involvement with the Qataris, but the question was more specific as to, do you think that Fuentes hitting all of our social media screens is because of the Qataris?
No, I think it's because of the anti-woke Twitter algorithm.
He is blown up on my Twitter feed. The algo all the time is pushing his videos.
He's the new Andrew Tate. He's taken over the algo.
It was like starting 6 weeks ago.
Yeah. Before Charlie Kirk died.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. No, yeah. I think it's like the rage bait, edgelord algorithm on X.
I'm seeing it on Instagram too. Heavy on Instagram. Not on YouTube though. YouTube still seems to have.
Well, YouTube's about to unban everyone who's gotten banned for political speech, so Fuentes made it back.
Are they?
Well, YouTube came out today apologizing for banning people with different political opinions and that they would reinstate it.
I don't trust it. Fuentes has been, he took advantage of the Kirk thing when it happened, but after the fact, his audience seems to be turning on him because he's being intellectually honest and not blaming Israel, because it's very clear that, or there's no evidence to suggest Israel had any involvement, but his entire audience is like, they think Israel is responsible for everything, and so that's like losing him some followers at the moment.
It's the same thing as, like, in a different way, the Dennis Border thing. Like, people, like, it's really, like, it's disappointing to see this again. People don't want truth. They want what they want to hear.
Yes. No matter what political side they're on.
Sure. or even non-political things like the Dennis Porter incident.
Yeah. Everybody wants their biases confirmed.
That's the main product that social media sells, whether it's showing you people who agree with you in an echo bubble or showing you people who like are the enemy that you expected to see and bring you into rage bait. Like the main product of social media is the type of dopamine that comes from having your biases confirmed.
You know, it actually wasn't an accident either. It was designed that way. Not for malicious purposes, but because that's what people assumed would be a better model. So, like,
well, they train the algorithm for DAUs and MAUs because that's how Wall Street values, or at least did value these companies.
But even before then, the broad theory about the new way we were going to engage with media was going to be specific algos and feeds tuned for our interest and likes, which makes sense because it's like, you know, when you used to read the newspaper, there was a lot of stuff in the newspaper that you didn't give a fuck about, and that's why people would just read certain sections of the newspaper. They wouldn't read the whole newspaper. And you were seen to be a very informed person if you read the whole newspaper cover to cover. But, you know, so they were like trying to like atomize it basically. But the atomization created a tribal quality that has been unmaking society. I don't know, not an easy problem to come back from. I think the Charlie Kirk thing, at first glance, I thought was good for Fuentes. Now I think it's actually bad for Fuentes. Because Charlie Kirk has become such a martyr, and Fuentes really was his mortal enemy.
Well, that's good news, I guess. Like, if people really, I do think that, like, you know, if we're being really honest about Charlie Kirk, a lot of what he was doing was a troll, and he did say things that he knew would offend people, whatever. Of course, you're allowed to do that, and on balance, his views are mainstream Republican. But, like, if the outcome is we're just going to, like, focus on the good stuff that Charlie Kirk did, of which there was a lot, and whitewash it, and like the message is people should live by the idealized version of Charlie Kirk. That's a great outcome.
I think it is too, and I'm pleasantly surprised by it. You know, I mean, that was the thing I thought was very stupid about the left-wing response to like the memorial service the other day, because they were like, "Oh, look at that! It's all sanctimonious, and it's Christian nationalism, and it's this and that." And it's like, this is so preferable to the alternative, you know? This could have been the moment the right decided we're going to kill everybody. Like, it moment. And thank God it's not. I think Erica Kirk getting up there.
It felt that way a little bit in the beginning.
Well, that's the difference between the right and left, is that you know, the right can at any point decide they're going to kill everybody and then actually do it. The left cannot do it. Like, so it's very nice to see the side of America that has all the guns praying quietly and, you know, trying to come to grips with what happened rather than taking to the streets. Because the minute that side takes to the streets, it's the end of the country. But it could have gone a different way. Thank God it didn't.
Do we think this is the end of Dennis Porter? Like, I am surprised actually at the level of, like, I thought everyone knew that this chick was overhyping stuff, and like they were stupid for calling it for this time. But people are angry.
I need to read some of the tweets.
If you go to his people are upset and just virtually flaming him.
He deserves that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just surprising given that he's been this way the whole time. I don't understand how people are just figuring this out now.
You know what it is? It's about the Bitcoin price. So people are this bull market has really sucked, and people are really starting to get annoyed by it, and they were looking for a reprieve, and they thought the announcement would pump the price, basically, and it didn't happen, and now they're furious with him.
Maybe it sticks. Maybe the arc of history does bend towards justice.
Unfortunately,
I doubt this. He's got 250,000 followers. Maybe he'll lose 20,000 of them or something from this, but I think he's still going to be around.
Yeah, but if it becomes embarrassing to associate with him, that's a step in the right direction.
It's always been, but what happens with accounts like this on Twitter, people like Dennis, is they don't lose their followers, but they just become irrelevant. They just there's no engagement anymore. It happened time and time again.
Like Pete Rizzo.
People just stop giving a fuck, and that's
well, Pete just straight up outsourced his thing to make some money, and I assume he'll take it back over at some point, but it's certainly going to have devalued over that period. But I assume he did, make a decent chunk of change without having to do anything, right? Someone else is.
What's Pete doing? He just
it's basically Dennis Porter, but it's actual news, right? It's just breaking all caps, but it's news that actually did just come out.
I think Pete's doing that. Is he not doing that? He's not the one behind the keyboard?
I don't think so. There was a big uproar because he had some job posting for $10,000 a year for an hour a week of support to do it.
He's doing the Bitcoin Treasuries thing with NBK, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's doing a few different things.
Yeah. But yeah, I've seen this happen. People get famous or infamous or whatever for something, and then everybody just gets bored with it. That's how, with a whimper.
There are 180 public companies in the world now with Bitcoin on their balance sheet. That's according to BitcoinTreasuries.net. Strategy is the largest, the most prominent of these so-called Bitcoin strategies. Really sort of coined the concept. The company was one of a number of industry leaders in DC last week as well, pushing for the strategic Bitcoin reserve bill. So joining us now is Michael Saylor, Strategy's executive chairman. Michael, it's great to speak with you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Morgan.
Okay, there's a lot to get to, but first I do want to start with the fact that there are reports that you were in Washington last week meeting with policymakers about this strategic Bitcoin reserve bill. How are you advising lawmakers right now, and why is the case there to create a strategic reserve?
Well, I think Bitcoin's good for the nation, and the country would benefit. We did buy something like 78% of the entire United States for about $40 million over the past 100 years or so. So I think the United States ought to own a large part of cyberspace, and Bitcoin is the next frontier.
What does it do to prices, especially as they've been chopping sideways, even coming off a little bit recently?
I think the real story in Bitcoin right now is corporate adoption. We've got a consistent acquisition of Bitcoin by the big ETFs like BlackRock, and that's taking up all the natural supply, and they're doing that on behalf of institutional investors. But these 180 companies that are capitalizing on Bitcoin are buying even more than the natural supply being created by the miners, and they're putting upward pressure on the price. And I think that as we work through the resistance of late and some macro headwinds, we'll actually see Bitcoin start to move up smartly again toward the end of the year.
At the beginning of this year, you and I in January sat down and had an hour-plus conversation at the ICR conference about this very idea, Bitcoin treasury, what you were doing at Strategy, and where it made sense for others to potentially adopt a similar concept as well. What are the types of companies that you're seeing lean into this, and at what point do you think it starts to accelerate if it does?
Well, I think you've got two types of companies. You've got operating companies that would otherwise be returning their capital via dividends and buybacks, or they would just be holding low-yielding money markets. And they're choosing Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset, so that actually improves their capital structure. It strengthens those companies. There's a lot of those. And then there's a second sort of company, three companies. They're capitalizing on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is digital gold. The world ran on gold-backed credit for 300 years. The world's going to run on digital gold-backed credit for the next 300 years. So treasury companies, in essence, are holding digital capital and creating digital credit instruments on top of that digital capital. And there's, of course, a huge demand for equity and credit instruments in traditional capital markets. And Bitcoin is emerging as the ideal form of digital capital to back those instruments.
Yeah, I'll dig into that a little deeper here, Michael. But first, gold's having a huge run right now too. It's at $3,800 an ounce. It's basically trading at record after record this year. But Bitcoin hasn't sort of moved lockstep. So how to think about that analogy in this environment?
JP Morgan said gold is money, everything other than Bitcoin is money, everything else is credit. The success of gold is indicative of the demand of mainstream investors to have a bearer instrument that's a long-term store of value, that's not a currency derivative and doesn't have counterparty risk to a corporation. Gold fits that bill. Bitcoin fits that bill even better, and it's sort of got the digital upside. You can't teleport gold, and you can't program gold to vibrate at 1 million times a second on a computer. So Bitcoin is the technology version of gold. It's digital gold. It's going to be, in my opinion, 10x bigger than gold, but they're the same idea.
How do you compare that to Ethereum, which investors seem to be very hot on, and we're starting to see Ether treasuries built out, holding companies built out as well, like BitMine. And then you've got stablecoins as well, which seem to be surging. Just a few minutes ago, headlines that Tether is seeking between $15 billion and $20 billion in exchange for roughly 3% stake through a private placement, for example.
Bitcoin has emerged as digital gold. There's consensus. What do you want to do with gold? You want to issue credit. You issue credit against the underlying capital asset. It's going to be the primary monetary crypto. Ethereum, Solana, the other tokens, they're emerging as sources of digital finance. Their use case is networks to circulate and tokenize stablecoins, tokenize currencies, tokenize securities, tokenize real-world assets, and implement DeFi. And so the future of those networks is going to be determined by technology, by regulation, by competition, and of course by the execution of those management teams.
How should investors think about navigating an investment in Strategy specifically, which I know you've described as a levered bet on Bitcoin, versus the other BTC-backed fixed income instruments that you've launched in recent months?
Yeah. The credit instruments we're offering, like Stretch, are meant to compete with short-term money market funds or other sorts of fixed income instruments. So if you're a fixed income investor and you believe in Bitcoin and you're interested in something that has higher yield or perhaps longer duration, then you would look at one of our credit instruments. If, on the other hand, if you're a Bitcoin maximalist and you actually want more Bitcoin, then our equity is actually got credit amplification in it. So the equity is amplified Bitcoin. So people that want more volatility, more upside than Bitcoin will go for the equity. People that are interested in having the volatility and the risk stripped away will look at the credit.
Okay. How do you ensure you're not over your skis with any of these instruments if Bitcoin plunges again?
Well, we've got about $70 to $75 billion of Bitcoin. We've only got about $6 billion of these preferred credit instruments outstanding, so it's not even 10%. And of course, the preferreds never come due, and so they're not really leverage. I could say that we've got a PhD in leverage at strategy. We lived through the crypto winter. So we've constructed a balance sheet that could handle any conceivable drawdown and continue to perform.
So how do you respond to some of the critics out there? Jim Chanos a couple days ago saying that your tactics to boost returns are quote unquote financial gibberish.
As I would say, for 300 years, the entire Western world ran on gold-backed bonds. What we're doing is distilling yield, duration, and we're offering those in digital credit instruments. We're stripping away the volatility, the risk, and there's a huge number of people in the world that want some sort of digital credit instrument. The ones we're offering are higher yielding, they may be more liquid, and they may be longer duration than all the comparable credit instruments out there. The only way to create them is digital capital, and Bitcoin is digital capital. I think the short sellers don't understand the use case of digital credit built on digital capital because they've never seen it before in the history of the capital markets.
Well, we appreciate you coming on to talk about it. Michael Saylor of Strategy, great to have you.
Thank you.
Man, does this motherfucker have anything new to say? Same boring shit I've heard a million times.
Asking him the same shit.
It's the same shit. He never has anything new. Bitcoin's an ethereal fountain in cyberspace where you can go and, I don't know, keep your money safe from calamity or whatever. Like, cool. We get it, bro.
That's the message, yeah. You gotta keep saying it.
It really is, like, I feel the same way. Like, Bitcoin never changes, so I say about it never changes either.
Andrew, do you know anything about the Tether pipe deal?
Ooh, what's Tether got going on?
Well, it was just mentioned and I looked it up, but apparently they're trying to raise like $3 billion at a $500 billion valuation.
What for? For Tether or for Bitcoin treasury stuff?
I don't know. I mean, I just know it seems like it's for Tether.
It's a good business, man.
Yeah, I don't understand why they would want to raise other than to just, I don't know. Like, it seems like they have more money than they know what to do with.
I know, right? Like, what is the point of the raise? Maybe it's to pass the hat and basically get some strategic partnerships going on.
Yeah, or just like have more, I don't know, the safety of being in American markets.
I was saying, like, you invite JP Morgan Chase into your deal, and then suddenly, like, you can make phone calls to regulators.
Oh, they're raising 15 to 20 billion for 3% stake.
Goddamn. Goddamn. Man, isn't it amazing? Any of us could have thought of Tether at any time. There was nothing unique about that idea.
The young kid did.
I know. Good for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's through, I think Cantor is acting as their lead advisor, which I'm like 1 degree away removed from the kids running Cantor who went to Stanford, and I'm friends with some guys who are in their frat. Apparently they're like pretty dumb. Word on the street, but
well, the rest of the people at Cantor are not dumb. So
yeah.
I'm sure your frat bros are though.
Yeah. The Letnicks.
The Letnicks of the world are not dumb.
That's what losers say to make themselves feel better. Oh yeah, they're dumb.
They're dumb.
They're only raising $500 billion valuation.
It's Andrew's right. That is like a that is a thing.
I haven't met him, but yeah, I don't know. In some circles, yes. In some circles, it's like I don't know. Like I don't know. At Stanford, there's like kind of smart kids, and then kids who got in for other reasons, whether it be like parents or sports or
it's
affirmative action or whatever.
Yeah, it's the same in every school.
Yeah. And I don't know. I haven't met the Letnicks. Maybe they're actually really smart.
Howard Lutnick seems pretty intelligent.
You have to be smart enough. Okay, you don't have to be the smartest. Remember that.
Yeah.
Beyond that, you got to put in the work, and then your network, your connection.
Andrew's right. It's just about being smart enough, and then having like grit, determination, social charm, balls, courage, risk tolerance. Yeah.
Politics sometimes on your side.
The intangible. I would, if you asked me, like, you could have your son be 150 IQ, or you could have him be 115 IQ with all these intangibles. I would obviously take all the intangibles.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah, good point.
Now, if you're 150 IQ and you have all the intangibles, then you run the world. Yeah. Just being good with relationships is worth infinity dollars, you know? Which is like, it's the simplest shit in the world. It really is just treating people like they matter, remembering their name, caring about what they think or what's important to them. Like, if you can just do those things, you can be a billionaire. It's shockingly rare how few people do those things. Hey, Steve, how's your wife? Are you guys still living over in Belmont? Did you get that new house? That's worth $1 bajillion. Yeah?
Asking about the kid by name.
Uh-huh.
Well,
is your daughter still over at Lark Hill? That's a great school, you know? That's worth $1 bajillion. Like, seriously.
You know, that's a 100-year-old book from Carnegie. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's true. I still tell people to read How to Win Friends and Influence People, and almost nobody ever does. Warren Buffett said it was the best thing he ever did, was take Dale Carnegie's course. And that's Warren Buffett, you know? I think that's one of the things that has happened, like, too, with our, like, in elite society, is that, like, we've lost actually a lot of this, you know, like, cotillion-esque, like, pomp and circumstance, like, finishing school, like, sort of, like, just manners, you know? We've lost, like, the basics of civility. And man, if you just focused on the basics of civility, you would just like print money. I saw this tweet a long time ago I really agreed with, which said, you want the shortcut? There is no shortcut. Like, fucking do everything correct, treat everyone with respect, show up early, be on time, do the right things, care about your customers, care about your employees, care about your business partners. Still make time for your wife and your family and your this and your that and your friendships. It's just about doing a million things correctly. That's the secret. But all the things are easy. They're simple. That's the thing. They're all simple things. But if you do them consistently, like there's like a Tony Dungy quote where he says, winners don't do extraordinary things. They just do ordinary things so fast and so often and with such precision that it becomes extraordinary. But they're all just ordinary things. You don't win a football game by flipping over the defender to catch the football in the end zone. You know, you win a football game by consistently blocking, like consistently, you know, making the defense fear the run. Just basic shit. Same is true in life and business. But, you know, common sense isn't common. Andrew, did you see that Elon Musk has been tweeting scripture since the Charlie Kirk thing?
Yeah, remember I tweeted you? I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah.
You know, that's, I don't know.
I think it very much affected him.
Yeah.
Because he realized it could have been him. You know? That they would say this sort of same horrible stuff about him if somebody killed him.
Yeah. Well, I hope he attends church or something.
It would be interesting if he does. The Elon Christian arc would be fascinating.
Ooh, I have an idea. I'm gonna text the minister and tell him, ping Rogan. Here's what Elon's been tweeting. Ping Rogan, tell him to call him, invite him to church.
Does the pastor know Rogan? Is Rogan the one who's been going?
Yeah, he attends this.
Yeah, totally.
All right, I need those tweets.
Getting Elon to come to church would be amazing.
Yeah. Send me where's this tweet about the scripture thing? Where's it? Do you have it in front of you by any chance?
I'll have to find it. Hold on, I gotta call somebody back.
Man, he tweets so much, I can't find it.
saw our boy Jimmy's doing a space with Gary Cardone.
Sounds like.
It's pretty much over now. That's why I left.